You tried. At the end, you got it right. So
You
kudos to
tried.
you.
At
How's
the
your
end, you got it
favorite?
right.
Are you
So
excited?
you
Kudos to
tried.
you.
I'm excited.
How's your
make so many different character types, so many different really cool characters. And I played it at MDev, really man, it was amazing. I played it at MDev, and man, it was amazing. I played it at
Play as toy bobbleheads in over 50 minigames to help build friendships or destroy them with adorable characters like this guy.
Hi, my name is...
Oh, the humanity! Are you even trying? Build your own custom characters. We've got over 80 billion combinations, which is totally accurate. You can even create a custom name that I will say in the game. Mr. Chunky Toots wins! Open mystery toy boxes to collect hundreds of toy pieces. Yes! Sheesh! Maybe next time. Collect, customize, and conquer in this ridiculous party game called Floor is What? Coming soon. Wishlist now.
I want to ask you. So I am a 2000s baby, and I grew up playing Mario Party 1 to be exact. And when I watched the video of The Floor is What, it brought back those memories of getting together with like my family, my friends, playing that game, sort of like being teams, but also like fighting against each other.
COVID in 2020, my son was being not homeschooled, but schooling from home, I guess, remotely. And he was getting into development, working with like Roblox and things like that. And he's like, we should make a Floors Lava kind of game. So it kind of started as this little father son project. Over the course of a weekend, we built out kind of the prototype in Unity. And we built out like, hey, this is pretty fun. It looked terrible. It was very game, mini games and things like that. And I think there's something like 50 mini games now. Added the customization for characters, and then I think I worked on it off and on for about a year and a half, and that's when I kind of ran into Ben from Midwest Games. At I think our first formal meeting was maybe at MDev. No, I think for the first time. We had drinks and pizzas, and it was amazing. And the rest is history. But yeah, so it started as a father-son project. Kept it in the family, and thanks to Midwest Games, we received some publisher funding and support, so I could bring on talented 3D modelers and hire out more, sound design, voiceover guy, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, what you saw in the trailer is kind of the culmination of, I think, unofficially 3 years of work, but probably full time about a year and a half or so. Yeah, it's been a wild ride.
Nice. What's the biggest challenges that you faced when launching Pyramid Lake Games?
Wow, that is a broad question. Um, Really making the transition from doing this as a hobby to something that's full time and trying to build a livelihood uh, from the game development side, because it's really fun to do it as a hobby. And there's a
Mm-hmm.
lot of these like pie in the sky, like, oh, this would be so cool if a million people played this game or they downloaded it. And like, that's where I think a lot of people come from. And it's really cool to live in that space because you have so much freedom. But then
Yeah.
when you look at it from like building a business around it, around a game or an idea or whatever that is, and reaching out to publishers to fund that part of your dream, like you have to really have a solid understanding of the business side. Like, who are the customers? How many customers are potentially in that market? What does something like Floors What offer the players that other games like Mario Party or Fusion Frenzy back in the day, or Crash Bash or whatever? Like,
Mm-hmm.
what is it doing differently than that, but still similar enough to where people can pick it up and play right away? So I spent a lot of time doing the research on that and putting together a pitch deck, and that's kind of where Ben and I and Midwest Games met. And thankfully, those numbers made sense, and thankfully there was a market for that. And yeah, so the hardest part is putting on the business hat versus the,
Yeah.
hey, let's go build something fun.
Yep. I agree.
Gotcha. How do you
For
put on the business hat? Because I mean, I see your experience. You have a lot of experience when it comes to like UX design and all these things. And of course, when we start to make a game, as you mentioned before, it's kind of like a pie in the sky. We're very idealistic. It's all in our imagination. But then when we turn it into reality, there's a lot of obstacles, right? There's a lot of things we got to overcome to make it come true. So my question to you is, how did you learn to put on that business hat and bring this idea into like a real product?
A lot of failure early on prior to Pyramid Like Games.
Gotcha.
I've been, I started a marketing agency in 2010. Um, Learned a lot dealing with clients and contracts and stakeholders for different client projects, and you have to really learn quickly by doing things. You can't really watch a YouTube video and see how somebody else did it, because you might be able to take one or two little nuggets of like, oh yeah, maybe I could do that. But the reality is, like, everybody's circumstances are different, everybody's ideas are a little bit different, and your path toward potential success is going to be different than everybody else. So like I tell my son, you just have to get out there and try stuff before anybody's paying attention, and you'll learn quickly that way. So yeah.
That's true. So you went from the floors what to varsity high school football. What made you make that transition to from a fun party game to a football game?
Funny because I think that might be backwards. I don't know the specifics of the timing, to be honest, but the first game the Pyramid Lake Games worked on, which was entirely myself at that point, it was just like a freelance contractor kind of company, was Doug Flutie's Maximum Football 2019 with Sphere Interactive. So we partnered with them to redo say, a head coach and build a team over many years. So my job was to make that a little bit easier to do from a design perspective and experience perspective. So gained a lot of experience from working on a game that launched on consoles. And then in 2020, Doug Flutie's Maximum Football 2020. We also released that on Steam for PC, and then sold the IP to our physical publisher, um, Maximum Entertainment, I believe their name is now. But thanks to our partnership with them, we were able to get into GameStops and Best Buys and Walmarts, like the physical. I don't know if you can see it back here, but I think it's hard to point backwards, but they're back there somewhere.
Yep.
We released a physical game, and like while we made pretty much nothing from the physical release, it's such a cool experience to walk into a store or pre-order and walk into GameStop and be like, oh, I had a hand in making this, and it's very cool.
Mhm.
Even if it is like a small, very small indie game, like it's cool to go through that experience. And once the rights to the IP went to Maximum Entertainment, Eric from Spear Interactive and I kind of sat down and thought about, what other potential markets are there for a football game? Because college football was coming out at the time it was announced, and it just released last year for the first time in 10 years, something like that, from EA Sports. So we definitely can't compete with them on any level for coming to market with a college football game with no licensing, especially because Maximum Football from Maximum Entertainment, they were also releasing the newest iteration of their kind of customizable college game. So that market for a small indie team was oversaturated. So pro also doesn't probably make a lot of sense. Canadian football, Spear Interactive is based out of Canada. So the CFL was something we looked at because that was in Maximum Football. But from a numbers game, the business side of things, again, the business hat, we did the business research of how big the market is for high schools. Like how many high schools are there? How many high schoolers play football? And then what's really nice with that is, every year there's new students coming into high school sports. So there's always kind of like this built-in, player base there, as long as the game is good, right?
Yeah.
So Spear Interactive and Pyramid Lake hired a 2022 or late 2021. I don't even remember now, but it's been about 2.5 years or so. But yeah, it made a lot of sense to work on that. But then like Pyramid Lake, the development side was working on the Floors What side.
Okay.
So it's almost like I'm not building Varsity. I'm helping the design and the management and direction of things, but we have a dedicated development team to run with like the mocap and gameplay development and stuff.
Nice.
Yeah.
Josh,
Yeah,
I
we're
wanted to
excited
ask you.
about both games. Floors What? We're looking at different kind of release plans and stuff with Midwest Games and Varsity. It's unlikely that we'll release anything this year, but we're definitely looking at opportunities there for when the game is far enough along that we're comfortable releasing it, and a lot of fun stuff over the course of the next year or two for Pyramid Lake.
Yeah. Can't
Heck
wait.
yeah, and we're very excited to see what you guys will cook. I was actually going to ask you. We have seen, I think nowadays it's easier than ever to create a video game, right? Like making a video game is quite accessible. And we have seen people who come from non-traditional backgrounds, right? Like let's say finance or law or retail or other things make their own video games. The question that I wanted to ask you is, since you are a UX expert, how do you think that expertise influenced the design of your game?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So I've been working in user experience and user interfaces now for roughly 20 years. So while it's not been in video games specifically, like, everybody probably watching this and you guys, you've had video games as a part of your life forever. So you know what you like and what's good and what's not from your own preferences. And but from a UX perspective, it's almost like that business hat where you're stepping back and it's like, I want to make this because I enjoy it, which is really cool. But then like, how is the market going to experience this? Like, it's as simple as the words that you use on a menu or the colors and shapes that you use to make sure that it aligns with sometimes the competitive kind of marketplace, like Mario Party, for example. How can we, most players have played that, so how can we leverage that kind of muscle memory of navigating that game and playing that game and the flow of that, but how can we tweak it a little bit where it's not like they have to learn something new or it's frustrating, but still be our own thing. So there's a lot of business logic and there's a lot of design logic that's kind of baked into user experience that, I'm very fortunate that I've done it forever and ever, that it kind of just organically worked out really well for video games. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, it did perfectly. Rick, you have something to say?
Yeah, sorry. So Josh, I was trying to interview you a couple maybe earlier last year, before MDev. I don't know if you remember, but
Yeah, I do.
I was trying, I was like, yeah, I got to get a hold of this guy. We got to get him on. So I'm glad, you're involved with Midwest Games and I was able to finally get a hold of you and sit you down and talk to you. So it was
I saw you at MDev in November, but I'm like, oh, I think you were talking to maybe Patrick at his booth, and I'm like, I don't want to bug them, but I saw you, and I'm glad. Yeah, we finally got a chance to sit down and chat a little bit for sure.
Yeah, I think Ben was dipping and diving away from me too. So smart move, guys. Smart move.
We were hiding behind the scenes just to build up this to make sure that when we came together, it was magic.
Love it. So, any other games in the future that you already thinking of that you're planning on working on, or any ideas that you can share with us?
No. It's so much work to make a game, and it's so much work to make an online multiplayer game, and it's so much work on top of both of those to release a game that I think Pyramid Lake is pretty locked in for the next couple of years before we look at starting anything else.
Okay.
And if I do, make sure to call me out on that and be like, hey man, we gave you the opportunity to talk about it early. Why didn't you do that?
Oh, we will. We'll call you out, bro. We'll call you out.
Awesome. But yeah, always playing new games, checking out things, looking at the indie games, and visiting conventions like MDev was amazing last year. I'm sure you and you guys can chat with Ben about the growth of that. Super impressive. But yeah, just seeing so many games come out of the indie space, whether it's Wisconsin, the Midwest, or just really anywhere, it's really incredible to see the attention that people like you guys are providing that platform, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to sit here and chat about it.
Of course, and we're happy to have you.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Josh, for coming in and talking to us about your Floor Is What. That's going to be one of the best games of 2024. I'm telling you guys right now. You heard it here first at the lab.
Well, just one more thing, Josh. If people want to talk to you, play your games, or maybe get some investors, where can people find you and where can they find your games?
Wow. LinkedIn is always a great solution. Go to flooriswhat.com. Go to Midwest Games if you want to check out their information on Floor Is What as well. Steam, Twitter/X, whatever it's called now. Just everywhere. Just search Pyramid Lake Games and you'll find me.
All right, perfect. All right, guys, you heard Josh. You guys want to talk to Josh? Check out his games, Pyramid Lake Games. Go to that website. Talk to him. Go ahead.
You guys can chat with them in chat and on Twitch and Discord, guys. So, thanks, Josh.
Cool. Appreciate it, guys.
All right, perfect. That was a fun interview, dude. Josh has a lot of projects. I love what he's doing, guys. Check it out. Go to his website. Check out his games. you've seen the trailer. It looks super fun. It's indie, but it looks very professional. It's like a throwback to Mario Party. Check it out, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, I played it myself. It's awesome. Like the tile stage, amazing.
All right. Yeah, perfect. 100%. All right, guys. Now we're gonna go to Cassandra. She has some awesome information. Cassandra, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Cassandra here. Nice to meet you all. I'm one of the co-hosts here at the lab. I'm also one of the co-founder of an indie game studio and making this game, Take That Main Stage. But today I'm not here to talk about the game. I'm here to share some of the exciting community updates, like events and news you don't want to miss. Well, first up, we have Taipei Game Show 2025 going on this week. It's kicking off tomorrow, January 23rd, till this Sunday, January 26th, right in the heart of Taipei City. Well, this event is one of the premier gaming convention in Asia, held annually in Taiwan. The event typically attract a mix-up audience. We have industry professionals, publishers, gamers, developers, and they're showcasing what's latest in the gaming, entertainment, and the technology side. So, well, even if you can't make it on in person, no worries. There are tons of resources online. You can check out their website, and I'm sure there will be like YouTubers streaming on YouTube or Twitch. So, if you're interested in the game, interested in this event, do not forget to like look it up. Great. So next we have Global Game Jam 2025. This event is already kicked off on January 20th, and it's gonna happen also through the Sunday, January 26th. And it's happening over 700 plus locations worldwide. So if you are whether you experienced jammers or you're just like first time doing this, definitely check out their website to look at like their locations, like to find out like to attend one near you, or just attend one online, because it's a great opportunity to make friends, to meet like local devs, and like maybe you guys can build like the next hits, building the next like creative, fun game that changed the industry. So definitely check it out. Well, next, let's talk about communities, because for our like game industry, it's never just about the game, but it's also about the people. So I want to shout out to some incredible groups that bring us together. So first of all, we have Women in Games. So I am personally a proud member in Women's in Games, and I highly recommend this community. It is a global nonprofit organization dedicated to creating a game industry free of gender discrimination. So they host regularly events such as like industry discussion, career advice sessions, or just network opportunity for women worldwide. So like I personally joined this community about a year ago, and everybody there is very friendly, very talented, and they're open to connect. And I definitely learned a lot from them. Those advice helped me, like co-funding the game studio, and then I took lots of advice in building the game too. So definitely for the female audience watching this, if you haven't heard of this community, definitely like going on their website, join the Discord, because whether you are a developer, artist, musicians, you will find amazing resources and then amazing network on there. All right, so next for my Chicago folks, or anyone who live close by Chicago area, have you heard of this amazing community called Indie City Game? Well, this Indie City Game is hosted by a group of very talented, welcoming, passionate people, and the goal is to create this like supportive hub for the local indie devs. They organize like amazing, like interesting events monthly. They do like anything from like open mics to game jam to playtest to full scale showcase. It's like a perfect place for people to collaborate, share ideas, and connect. So yeah, I personally been to few events myself, and then I have made lots of friends, and I also like connect with like very talented artists, and then like collaborating with like the musician. I also like connect in those events, and they actually eventually help us to building our game as well. So I also attended a playtest event, and those feedback from the gamers really help us to polish our game and then to help us to like enhance our gameplay design. So definitely check it out, like whether you're like developers or just like gamers or just passionate in game, and you live in Chicago area, live close by Chicago area, definitely check it out. All right, so that's it for now. I'll be back with more interesting events and community updates with you in the future episodes. And stay tuned and keep gaming.
All right, Cassandra, thank you so much for those updates. Guys, ga- games are all about community. So you can be the best writer, the best game designer, the best whatever it is you want to be. But if you do not network or don't have a good community, it's going to be very difficult. So please check out the communities and all the information that Cassandra told us. And yeah, Cassandra, thank you for that. That was very good.
Thanks for the update and news. So next we got Ben Cavallo from Midwest Games. He's got one of the great games coming out in 2025 as well. It was also mentioned by GTA, The Legend of Balboo, and we're gonna talk to him about that and get behind the scenes with him. So let's get into it.
My dearest child, this island offers everything you may need in your precious life. Vast forests, roaring rivers, and mountains of rock and ice. You are old enough now to know that for every bit of goodness in this world, an opposing force exists. In the heat of the earth resides a darkness you cannot fathom. Demons as old as time, my child. Do not doubt, even a light like yours can be tempted by the dark. You must always choose good. And that I know you will. Sepe, be resilient, be resourceful. Be brave, my son. Stay in the light, with Babu by your side. And may the magic of this island protect us all.
All right, welcome, Ben. Thanks for joining us at the lab inside the game industry, and let's break down The Legend of Balboo. I heard it's one of the best games of 2025. I heard it for myself, clearly. I've been watching the trailer a lot, so I'm loving it. And, you know, I want to get a little bit deeper behind the scenes and what it took to get it to where it's at right now to be mentioned with GTA 2025.
Yeah, a lot goes into the entire process to get something attention, to get it announced. And so, we were fortunate to work with a group called Permanent Way based in Istanbul, Turkey, that's created just an incredible title that we were fortunate to find and partner with. And then ultimately we showed it around to a number of partners, and Xbox got really interested in the title, and we were fortunate to be chosen one of just 15 titles in their showcase to be chosen and premiered during that showcase. It was just an incredible moment. But it's a process of pitching. We have to create assets. We have to show that the game is worth it, because with so many of these showcases, they're not just going to look at a flashy trailer and be like, hey, this is something we want to put in a showcase, because they're essentially selling your title. They're saying, hey, it's worthwhile for you to pay attention to this title. So they want to verify that the game is good. And so you have to have a build that's ready, that is playable, that can show off a lot of what is happening in the trailer. And then you have to build something that people want to pay attention to and look. Now it helps when it's a big fluffy dog. That's always helpful. But we're so excited to have people play Pet Babu, Ride Babu, be able to really enjoy that game. It's a really special one, and we're again just so fortunate that we get to partner with such an amazing developer in Turkey, and just furthers our message that great games can come from everywhere, and there's a lot of incredible developers in Turkey that are overlooked as well.
Mhm. Ben, I wanted to talk about the great games can come from anywhere tagline, but first I wanted to ask you about Babu. Um, how difficult is it to work with a new IP and sell a new IP? We live in how do you say it? We live in an industry, right? In an environment where we have sequels after sequels after sequels. It seems it's a little bit risky and difficult to work with a new IP and sell it to people. How difficult was that for you?
It's incredibly difficult. We see it as a challenge even for the largest in the industry. You look at Concord, you look at Justice League, you look at so many games that have a lot of money behind them. I mean, Justice League isn't new IP, obviously, but you see even with big IP, you can fail. And ultimately, it's incredibly tough to get people to attach onto something brand new that they aren't aware of. There is so much content that comes out. Years ago when I worked at Netflix, one of the famous things that Reed Hastings, the CEO at the time, said was they were competing. They weren't competing with Disney. They were competing with Fortnite. And it's the idea that people have time in their days to put towards entertainment activities, and we're all competing for that limited amount of time. And now more than ever, there's certain games that have created walled gardens. And so the natural like flow over from game to game doesn't happen as much. And so it makes it even more difficult to ultimately put out something that no one is aware of at all. You have to really build a base. And that's why community building is so incredibly important. That's why going out in a big moment, a big announcement is so important, because you want to get as many eyeballs on it as possible. Because guess what? 5 minutes later, they're going to forget about it. But then you're going to come back in another showcase and they're like, oh, yeah, that game with the big fluffy dog. I'm really excited about that one. And then they're going to forget about it, and then we're going to come back and again, and then we're going to eventually get to release, and hopefully by that point they will have been so excited about it that they go and wish list it, or they go and engage with one of our social channels, or something that gets them to the point that they might consider purchasing it. And it's a long journey to get to that point, and it's incredibly difficult if you don't already have some kind of attachment. And that's why something like a big fluffy dog naturally gets attachment. It's something that for the people that have chow chows, we got messages from them. They're like, "That's just like my dog," and so we instantly have a community around that, and that's why cat games sell really well too. You instantly have a community around it, and so for game developers, you have to think about what is that thing that you can build a community around. And a dog is a great thing, but there has to be more to it too. We have to tell this compelling story. We have to prove out that it's a fun game to play, because you could do all that work and then they gets to market and they're like, it's not very fun. Like it was, and so there's a lot of just challenges with that, and that's why I really believe that the game industry is all about iteration. It's from game to game to game, giving developers enough chance to iterate. We just heard from Josh. He's had a chance to work on a number of games, and you learn a lot with every time that you do that. You get better at your craft, and we have to give developers enough time to actually be able to iterate over time.
Nice. So, with all the buzz around the Legend of Baboon, do you think that helps out the Midwest game development around us?
Yeah, I mean,
Help them shine a little bit?
yeah, I think that ultimately attention is good. Like the fact that in Madison, Wisconsin, games like Call of Duty, PUBG, Apex Legends, and many other titles are all developed. Elder Scrolls Online, part of Diablo 4, WWE 2K. Like, there's so many that are worked on in Madison, and that helps drive attention to what is happening. As long as we start to highlight it, we start to say, "Hey, look where it's coming from." So somebody like us that is literally labeled Midwest, yeah, it helps to draw some level of attention, even though the studio is outside of it. What I think it does in a larger way is ultimately shows that you can invest in and support developers in these other places and they can succeed. The more we prove out that, the better off we are, because there's more investment, there's more people willing to take the risk, because it is a risk to invest in a game. Statistically, your game will fail. Like that's the stats will say that. Just like building a business, statistically, uh, uh, your business is most likely to fail when you're a new founder. But people fight the odds all the time, and if we can convince people the upside is worth it, then it benefits the region. And we've seen that happen in the Midwest. Animal Well came from the Midwest, from Billy Basso in Illinois, and so we've seen successes, and that helps to encourage, especially with investors that I talk to, that they are more willing to take the chance because they see some of that success.
I appreciate
Perfect, Ben.
everything you're doing in the Midwest. I love it.
Perfect. Ben, when we go to your website, right, Midwest Games, the first thing we see is a huge tagline that says "Great games come from anywhere." Regarding the Midwest, right? I'm from Los Angeles, California, and in LA, it's all about the flash, the risk, make it big, make it unique, make it like innovate, go to the moon, go to the stars. Uh, I was wondering number one is what makes the Midwest unique in terms of like culture on how to create video games. And number two, since we have gaming hubs in like let's say LA, Austin, New York, how do you think it will contribute to the gaming culture in America?
Well, we have cheese curds, so that is a huge sell in my book.
There you
I don't
go.
know what else you need. But
That's it, Ben.
besides cheese curds, it is there's a couple attraction points to what the Midwest brings. There's a bit of a culture and mentality of a more blue collar type of work mentality, even though it's white collar type of work. There is a less of, oh, I expect these things. Like, it's a lot of like rolling up your sleeves and just going and doing something. And the reality is, scarcity in a place, I think, brings out some of the best things in a place. I'm a huge fan of Dune, and Dune is really a book around what scarcity creates, because in the book, the greatest warriors of all time were created because of scarcity. They lived in the desert, they had to survive, they had to learn, they had to adapt. And if we look at California, as much as it's still hard to develop games, it's hard to get investment there, you have it much closer, you have it much easier, you have more connections, you have more people there. When you're developing a game in Wisconsin, let's say, like Josh is, uh, it you have to be efficient, you have to be smart with the resources you have to plan well, because you might not get any chance, let alone a second chance at anything. And so it creates a mentality that I think complements game developers. And culturally, like, there's just a lot of connection points. If you look at one of the most successful regions in the world, the Nordic region, so many immigrants from the Nordic regions now live in the Midwest. It's like a really funny, like, unique uh, point. And that's why you see some of the names of towns. You see the culture, the cheese and beer and all that kind of stuff. And so I think there's a lot of a lot of engineering focused kind of culture. STEM and things like that are prioritized. and it's really based on like education. Like we have some of the best universities, some of the best public universities in the world are right in the Midwest, and it's because the Midwest has prioritized education for a long time, and you need so many different disciplines to do a video game that it's very complementary ultimately. So I think it answered your first question. I don't know if I answered your second question fully.
No, you did perfectly.
Okay.
You did perfect. Thank you, Ben.
All right, Ben, let's talk about your other project, Tomb Water.
Yes.
When is that coming out, and what made you put that out this year and make it a big deal about coming out in 2025?
So Tomb Water, Midwest project, studio in Columbus, Ohio. One of my favorite stories of finding a game is Tomb Water. I went to this event, GDEX in Columbus, and there was this booth set up. This guy had, his mic stand and a broomstick, and that he hung a sign on that, and that's how I was introduced to Tomb Water. And then I played the game, and it took me a while to play the game because there was a line to play the game, and I played it, and it was like, this is incredible. And sure enough, he won Game of Show. I was the only publisher at the event, and we just connected, and we were, honest. I was flexible with how we can approach things, and we were fortunate to be able to partner with Max, and his studio is named Moth Atlas. It's essentially him that does most of the work. He has a friend that helps with some things as well. And we just saw a huge opportunity. He has what I think is a future award-winning title, and it's a Souls-like Western. So talk about something that stands out, that kind of can find a community, and it has that classic Zelda feel to it. And he has just thought of everything in this game, and it is an absolute masterpiece. And so we wanted to put it on the largest stage we could from a PC perspective. And so we partnered with PC Gamer, and they were working on a show called Most Wanted, which kind of funny enough goes into like a Western type theme anyways. And it just was such a perfect fit for the show, for the audience. And he had done a bunch of stuff on itch. He uses an open source engine, and and he really gives a lot back. He gives a lot back to the engine. He gives a lot back to the community, and so just everything felt right for the game. And we wanted to make sure that he got the stage that he deserved for the game that he's building.
Ben, for Tomb Water, how do you determine? So when you go to conventions, you look at games. How do you determine, okay, this game is worth publishing? Like, this game will win awards. This game will be successful. How do you determine that? I mean, for me personally, like, is that something like subjective, or do you have like a specific method of like, okay, this game meets these criteria, is gonna be successful? How do you determine that?
Yeah, fastest beer chug, I guess, is typically a good sign. No, it's there's so many factors. Every publisher looks at it differently. Everybody evaluates these games in different ways. Some are heavy in data, some are no data at all. It's funny, they all have the same success rates ultimately, which is that you don't succeed very often. Like, the reality of a publisher is you realize that most games are not going to, from a commercial perspective, succeed in a huge way. It just very few actually do. You look at Steam, and 2% of Steam makes 75% of the revenue. So, it's not many that get most of what it is, and a lot of the big publishers take up a huge chunk of that. And so you just have to be realistic with it. And so you look at the things that give it a chance. Yeah, you look at the data, you look at the breakthrough rates of a certain genre, and you evaluate that. But also, there's new genres being created, so it's like, how much do you weigh what exists out of market versus not? What is the trend of that genre? Is it on the upswing? Is it on the downswing? Because all of those things change over time as well. And so you have to look at many factors, and then you have to look at the factors that come into play as a publisher, where guess what? You know, there's certain windows you can release games, and what you can't do as a publisher is say, let's say I have 4 games for the year. Well, I can't put them all at the same time. So I might suddenly have 2 games in the fall, and I get pitched another game, but it's coming out in the fall. And I either go, hey, is there room to move it? Or I go, well, we can't sign it because it can't fit in a window that makes sense for us. Or we only have a certain amount of money left in certain windows. And because you bring money in, well, you take that money, move it elsewhere. So you're always balancing these 2 things. And so it gets very, very complicated. And you try to create very sophisticated Excel sheets that don't really do much at the end of the day, but you feel better about it. You're like, this, doesn't really make sense, doesn't really help, but you feel good because you have this Excel sheet. And so it's difficult. And anyone that says that they're really good at it, look at their stats, they're probably not. Or they work at a company that makes sure that there's no way that they can fail because they spend so much on marketing. If like I think the folks that are just willing to lean into risk win more often. That doesn't mean you win statistically in huge ways. We're playing baseball, not basketball. The difference between somebody that is barely making the MLB versus somebody that is a potential Hall of Famer is that they hit one more time per 10 at bats than somebody else. Like, that's how small of a margin it is at times. And so that's how I look at publishing as well. Like, if you can hit 1 out of 10, awesome. You're in a good place. Like 1 out of 20, you might still be awesome. 1 out of 50, you're probably not awesome. Like you're then like a venture capital firm who just spreads millions upon millions of dollars, and eventually gets lucky. But their hit is a billion-dollar unicorn, and so they can do that and spread that. So it's all about the economics, and you have to look at what is your potential end return compared to your initial investment.
Nice. Well, thanks, Ben, and I appreciate all your time. And The Legend of Balboo, we all got to be looking out for that. It's gonna be one of the great games this year. I mean, it looks amazing, and like you said, who doesn't want a fluffy white dog like that? Everybody does.
Well, and it's only getting better. What we've shown in the trailers, oh my God, the latest build that they just sent over is just incredible. So it's only getting more impressive every single time they go back to work and work on the next thing. It is just even better than the last. So I can't wait, for some of the future assets that we can release, and ultimately the game release, because there's a lot more coming.
Do you have a time set for that game to come out?
I mean, we do, but not that I'm going to say.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it, you guys. And Ben and Josh, thank you guys for both coming in. And it was awesome. And guys, remember, you guys want to help support us, come join us on Patreon and join us on Twitch and our Discord, guys.
Yeah, one quick thing before I wrap. Definitely go support some of our other titles that we've put out as well. We have right now today a 70% off sale for Dark Sky. It's a daily deal on Steam, so definitely go pick that up while you can. And we have a number of others: Duck Paradox, Hive Jump 2 Survivors, The Lullaby of Life, that are all incredible indie game developers that need support. And the more we can get for those folks. I think we even have a bundle deal so that you can help support multiple at once. It makes a huge difference for what they're doing, and so really appreciate any and all support for these developers.
Yeah, I think you can get 40% off that bundle deal. I bought it myself, so go buy it now on Steam. All right, guys, we got Greg coming up. Greg Posner with his news and employment updates, guys.
It's finally here, guys, the lab. I'm pumped to be talking here with you. And our hosts, Rick, Angel, Cassandra, thank you so much for everything that you've been doing. And especially big thanks to Patrick Jesman and the Alchemy Labs team for putting all this together. We've been talking about it for months, and it's so exciting that it's actually here and it's actually happening. Quick intro for who I am. My name's Greg Posner. I host Player Driven, and I've been working in games for the past 10 years. And probably like most of you, I grew up gaming. My earliest memories are gaming with my dad and the NES, playing Dr. Mario, and now I like playing games with everything with both my friends and my kids. So let's start digging into some of the news that we're going to cover today. Please drop some questions in Slack, or not Slack, in Twitch if you got any. But we're going to be talking about live ops, insights from what's going on in Pocket Gamers London, publishing key takeaways, networking alliances and indie success, and appreciation just for the gaming community. So let's start with live ops. Everyone's heard about live ops. Live ops is always the buzzword on what's going on. Live ops, which stands for live operations, is all about keeping your game fun, fresh, and engaging after it's been launched. It includes things like adding new content, running events for holidays, with holidays like Valentine's Day coming up, it's a great opportunity, fixing bugs and engaging with your community, interacting with players, and getting data that's important to them. It's really about ongoing care and maintenance and making sure that the players are alive, active, and thriving. So here's a few trends you should be on the lookout for and what you can do. Players expect the game to be updated regularly. They want events and they want engagement opportunities. Some of the best practices you can use about doing that is leverage analytics. If you're not using analytics to collect data about what your players are doing in game, tracking them, how they're interacting with the game, you're going to be missing some key points on kind of the paths that players take when they enter the game. When you're looking at the data of the game, you can get a really good idea of how players are interacting, and then you could talk with your team and your community about how you can improve that type of stuff. You can have community-centric events, live events that encourage participation. Here we are live on the lab hearing from our great audience, and gaming companies should be doing this too. Listen to your players, see what they have to say and what's going on there. And you have to be agile, right? You might hear something that you didn't necessarily want to hear, but you might get a lot of information from players and say, hey, you know what? We need to fix this bug before pushing out this update. Remember, these players are playing the game, and there's a lot of games out there these days. So you want to make sure that your game really stands out. A good example, which is probably the common example that everyone sees, is Fortnite. Fortnite has a new season every quarter, it seems like. They add new popular characters in there, and they really do a good job at listening to the community in there. So if you're in chat, have you noticed a live ops event in the game that you played? Is there one that specifically stands out to you, and why is that? Next, we're going to talk about Pocket Gamer. Pocket Gamer London is going on right now, and here are the few big topics that they're talking about at Pocket Gamer. Privacy. Privacy, privacy, privacy. It's everywhere these days. Privacy compliance is critical to avoiding costly last-minute adjustments. You don't want a few bad players to ruin the experience for the rest of the players of your game. The first impression is key, right? You log into that game for the first time, you probably got 5 or 10 minutes, and you want that first experience to really hit. It has to be important, and it makes the player want to come back for more. More and more kids are playing games these days, and you want to make sure you have all the tools necessary to protect kids. We just heard about the floors. There's going to be a lot of kids. I'm going to be playing that game with my kids, and you want to make sure that they are protected. There's lots of cool tools out there that exist in the market today, things like voice moderation, text moderation, age verification, and so much more you can use to really build a safe place for you, your gamers, and your community to really enjoy it. And just a tip, people don't often think about this when they're building a game, but you want to do it from the start. It's easier to build the foundation with privacy built in than kind of reverse engineering it after it's already out. So from the beginning, one of the pillars should be protecting your players, privacy, things like that. Another big thing that was introduced or spoken about was the Epic Games Store. You know, we've been hearing about the lawsuits between Epic and Apple and Google for a number of years now. Epic is aiming to offer tools and services for developers to help them create premier publishing experience. It's a really great opportunity for a lot of games out there. This is going to be a new storefront. They're going to be taking less commissions, and it's going to open up that walled garden for a lot of players that are out there that want to find a different place to get these games. However, in one of Apple's major defenses is that security begins to play a big role. Many players are nervous about introducing things like open storefronts onto their devices because you don't know what's going to be on there. You're going to ask people to sideload things, and it could be interesting. A tip is to explore platforms that align with your goals and provide opportunities for growth. Subway Surfers was also at Pocket Gamers London, and they were talking about organic growth. They talked about the installs that stemmed from engaging gameplay and shareable, meme-worthy moments. That might sound silly or fun or however you want to look at it, but marketing is essential. We see a lot of people who are influencers these days or fanatics about your game that are out there talking about your game. This is the best way for your game to start building momentum. When it's other players that love the game that are talking about it to their friends, people are going to try and download that game. They're going to want to check it out and see how it's going. So find some elements or some clips in your game that are fun and just record it and post it. You really don't have much to lose, right? You want to share this with the world so they can see what's going on. The last thing I wanted to talk about, which was an interesting one, was managerial effectiveness. I've been seeing a lot of posts on LinkedIn recently about one-on-ones as being a hot topic. And it's a good reason. We've all been in one-on-ones, and if you're like me, some of them you sat there like, okay, this is kind of pointless, right? That all comes down to the manager, right? You want a manager to help build a bond between you and strengthen your connection with the employer and the employees. So as a manager or an employee, this is a great opportunity to work with the people around you, your managers, to set up goals, to boost communication and empower your teams, right? You want to be a good manager or you want to have and communication is key at that. In fact, only 27% of the people who were interviewed in this survey described their managers as highly effective. So the tip here is strong leadership can directly impact your team. Empower your team, give them goals, get them understand what their ambitions are, and help build them up for success. On the Player Driven podcast this week, we also had Ben, which happens to just be a coincidence, but we dove a lot deeper into what a modern publisher does. If you're like me, years ago, you would wake up early and go to GameSpot, or you'd go to another game retailer for midnight launches. That doesn't happen as much anymore because you could just click download and you could pre-install it before the game comes out. So you may be like me and wonder, what is a publisher? What do they do? Well, originally they were focused on physical distribution. Publishers now drive visibility, marketing, and platform certification. They offer a number of services that you may not be able to afford on your own. Things like marketing, again, for influencers, quality assurance, localization, and help you create production milestones to make sure that you do stay on track, right? It's hard to stay on track these days, but when you're working with a publisher, they can help you with that stuff. Publishers reduce the developer's workload as well and help scale projects, right? They might be able to give you some of that muscle where it's lacking, and they can help you get access again to the tools that might be otherwise too expensive for you. So how do you time this? When's the right time to go look for your publisher, right? You want to make sure that you have a core gameplay, or at least an idea of what your gameplay is going to be, and concepts ready to show. These publishers see a lot of games, anywhere from hundreds to thousands a year, right? And you're going to see the same type of game over and over again, right? So what makes your games special? How are you going to stand out? How are you going to be different than who's out there? The next, I want to talk about networking through alliances. There's many alliances out there that can help you actually network and build out your game, right? There's organizations like the Wisconsin Gaming Alliance, the WGA, which again, Ben happens to be the president of, and they help connect indie developers with publishers. They also give you resources that you might be lacking. Game jams, as Cassandra spoke about, is another great way to network with like minds. There's plenty of resources available to help, and some great games you can even play at these game jams that are all created in a minuscule amount of time. It's a fascinating thing to see. These alliances can provide mentorship, networking, and insights to achieve indie success. So to kind of summarize what we spoke about here, right? Live Ops helps build player engagement. You want player engagement because it's going to help people play your game. It's going to help give you direction if you might be stuck or might have just kind of nothing to go with. Listen to your community. They will help kind of guide you. Strategic partnerships, whether it be with organizations like the WGA again, or by going to these game jams, or just going to a hangout with a group of people, right? They really help you ensure these successful launches and just keep networking, right? I mean, go on LinkedIn. You got LinkedIn information here about Josh. You got it about Ben. You have us, right? Network. Most people don't bite. Some of them may, but most people won't. And they're excited to talk about the projects that they're working on. It's great stuff. That's all I have to share with you. My closing note would be, this is a great team. And again, big thanks to everyone that helped put it together. But the lab is really brought to you by you, our players, our supporters. We truly appreciate all that you do, the community that you're helping build and help elevate the gaming industry. As Rick said, we do have a Patreon. You can check it out. You could join it even for free just to stay up to date with the latest information. And we really love hearing from you. So if there's questions, topics, things that are important, please don't hesitate to reach out, because we are excited to bring you to the show over and over again so you can keep learning more.
All right. Thanks, Greg, for all the updates. Appreciate it. That was awesome. And guys, that's a wrap for our first episode of The Lab inside the game industry. A huge thanks to our two guests, Josh Garrity from Pyramid Lake Games and Ben Cavallo from Midwest Games. And remember what Ben said, go help support the indie developers, guys. Go down in Steam and go get your 40 to 70% off your Midwest games right now. And Steam right now, guys. But I appreciate both of them, and it was amazing. And Hell, what do you think?
Oh yeah, this was a very fun episode. You know, our first. I've never done like a live episode before. In Flama, we always record and then post it. Full of adrenaline, super fun. I learned a lot from Josh and Ben. We are very grateful to have you guys. Thank you so much for your time. And what Greg said really resonates with me. Like, yes, we put all of this together. We have the topics and the questions, but who creates the whole environment and who makes it like valuable and fun? It's the people, you guys. So thank you for tuning in. We're very grateful, and I hope to see you next time.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome, everybody. This is our second broadcast of The Lab, and we are pumped to be back. It was fantastic. We heard a lot of you reaching out to us, our community. Thank you. We are fueled by you. You help make this possible. You keep this interactive. You keep this exciting. And we are all very excited to be here. I'm joined by my other alchemists tonight, Angel, Rick, and Cassandra, who you're going to hear from in a bit. Just a few things to note for episode 2 that's coming at you tonight. We are cranking up the wow factor. We've got polls, games. A huge shout out to the Alchemy Labs team. They're working behind the scenes nonstop, building stuff I didn't even know was possible to help bring you this live broadcast, which is super exciting. And the best part is, if something goes wrong, we know who to blame. Not just kidding. We've got a really exciting show for you tonight. We have 2 really incredible guests that we're really excited to talk to. First, we're going to talk to Tim Gerritsen. He's the Chief Operating Officer at Lost Boys Interactive, and Zachary Cosma. He's the founder of CosmaCon Games. It's going to be a really fun episode, but before we do dive in today, let's catch up. Well, let's meet our amazing co-host, Angel Guevara. Angel, man, how are you doing tonight?
Dude, Greg, that was a beautiful introduction. Dude, I'm great. Very happy to be here. For our first episode, it was pretty good. You know, we made some mistakes, but it was pretty good. The second episode, though, in the sequel, we're cranking things up. They're going wild. So I'm doing great, man. I'm excited, and I hope everyone enjoys our second episode. How are you doing?
I'm with you, man. You know, we knew we were going to make mistakes, and, you know, everyone makes mistakes that first time, but you grow, you learn, you adapt, and I think we made less mistakes than we thought, which is awesome. But I'm doing great, man. It's a windy Thursday or Wednesday. I don't even know what day of the week it is anymore here, but I am excited to be here and I'm excited to be talking with everyone.
Let's get it, man. Let's get it. I'm excited. We have a lot of awesome content, a lot of awesome guests, games, polls. We have everything. So let's go. Let's get it.
Yeah, I think we're going to kick it off with a video from Augustin, who was at the Taipei Game Show.
Hello everyone, I am your fellow alchemist Agustin Chavarria, and here I am in Taipei Game Show reporting for The Lab inside the game industry. Let's check it out. And here we are at the Indie House, where are a lot of developers from Southeast Asia, United States, China, Japan, Uruguay, and a lot from Europe who are showing off their games and a lot of demos. Check it out.
That's some awesome stuff. Thank you, Augustin. And he does some great stuff. Angel, I don't know if you follow him, but first of all, he's in chat right now. Feel free to say hi to him, Carbon Fiber. He has this, I think it's a synthesizer. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
It's this crazy looking thing that makes these cool, freaking cool sounds, and waiting for him to give us a tutorial on how we can use something like that. Have you seen that?
Dude, honestly, yes, I've seen his stuff on LinkedIn, and I'm not an audio engineer. I don't know about these machines and what they do, but dude, they look super futuristic. All the noises they do, the sounds, the lights and everything. It looks like he lives in like Night City from Cyberpunk. So
For
yeah,
sure.
and that video looks amazing, dude. I would love to have been there. It looks amazing.
Yeah, man. Thank you for sharing that with us, Augustin. Keep on doing that cool stuff, man. Send us some samples of stuff that you're creating in game, and we'll share it with the world here. Now, I was hoping we could jump into some news on Hell. Let's talk about what's kind of making waves, not just in gaming, but in tech as well.
Let's do it.
So, first thing I wanted to talk about is a topic that's really interesting to me is this whole deep thing, or DeepSeek, and how it's shaking up the AI world. DeepSeek put out their AI model earlier this week. Today, Alibaba threw their hat in the ring as well. And for those of you who aren't following the AI race, China isn't allowed to get the NVIDIA chips and the technology that we have that we're building here in the States. So we were always under the impression that China was behind in the AI race. But then DeepSeek came out and provided a model that was on par with OpenAI's most expensive $200 a month subscription model. And no one was really sure how it was done. They claimed it was built on some older NVIDIA chips that they were allowed to have. And now it's kind of going back and forth and understanding, did they copy the OpenAI model? Did they not copy the AI model? And is it now on par with us in China? And it's really crazy stuff. Are you following this at all, Angel? I don't know if it's even in the realm of things that you keep up with.
I am, definitely. I am a software engineer as well. So AI is something that I use every day in my daily life. Yeah, I actually heard that they made DeepSeek with only 20% of their resources that OpenAI used, which is insane. It's a big W for China.
It's, and I heard it was also from a hedge fund, which is mind-boggling because you're always thinking the biggest tech companies. And if you're in the stock market, you'll see that a lot of the tech stocks took a big hit this week because of this news. And it's going to be really interesting to see where it goes because as AI is becoming more embedded in lives of what we're doing. It's going to be really interesting to see, is it actually possible to do this at a lower cost level than what we all thought it would be to begin with? And I think it's just going to be good things on the horizon for everyone. I mean, moving the technology forward is a positive in my mind.
Exactly. And also making it more accessible, right? That's also a positive thing.
Speaking about some gaming stuff, I read today that The Sims 1 and 2 is officially being re-released this January, or it is January, at the end of January, the 31st. Angel, I would guess you're more of a Sims 3 player. You're a youngin'. You weren't there for those original days of The Sims. And I remember on my old computer getting a Monster 3D FX graphics card and playing The Sims was a mind-boggling experience. And I'm really excited to be able to just jump back in. It will have all the DLCs. Would you say you're a Sims player?
Well, I have played The Sims before a couple of times. I remember like back in like 2004, they had something called the Herbs, which was kind of like the urban Sims type of thing. It was like in the original Xbox. It was a blast, bro. Not really my thing, but what I'm excited about is the new Ninja Gaiden Black 2 remaster that came out. I just downloaded it in my computer, ready to play. Huge Ninja Gaiden fan. Do you like Ninja Gaiden, Greg?
No, I am terrible at them. They were always such hard games to play. But that Microsoft event that they held last week where they showed off Doom and they showed off Ninja Gaiden, I thought that was fantastic. It figures the year Xbox decides to go multi-platform is the year they have tons of hits ready to go.
Yeah, 100%. Xbox has been doing all right recently, but that presentation that they had, it's going to be a great year for Xbox. Let's see how it goes.
Continuing the Xbox talk, there was rumors today, or news came out today, that the studio People Can Fly out of Europe, they were working on a project called Project Maverick, and it turns out that's Gears of War E-Day. I'm not sure if anyone in our audience here is a Gears of War fan, but it was the original Horde mode, I remember, or one of the original ones, and the first few Gears of War were just awesome, great ways to showcase graphics because they are experts with the Unreal Engine. But yes. I think, returning back to some of the roots with E-Day, where it has the original characters like Marcus, is going to be something that's really exciting for players.
Yeah, I wonder how come they didn't continue Gears, like Gear 6, 7. I wonder why they went back to the origins.
They got to package up the original story now, remastered, and sell it all like they did with Halo, right? It's a business of 101. If you had something that works, make it last as long as it can.
I guess so. I mean, to be fair, we haven't seen a lot of E-Day, so to be fair.
Yeah, and any other games on your radar right now?
Dude, very good question. So Ninja Gaiden is something that I'm going to be playing for sure. My backlog is kind of big, so I got to prioritize those games. But things coming out next month, which we'll definitely have a poll coming up soon. I would say Monster Hunter Wilds. That's definitely on my radar.
Monster Hunter Wilds. It's another game I wish I got more involved in. I'm probably gonna try the new ones out as they come out. I've need to start scratching that single player games and kind of seeing what's out there for me to play.
Yeah. What about you, Greg? What are you looking forward to?
Well, the season 2 of Call of Duty dropped last night, which I know Rick is probably going to talk about if he's unbanned in time, which we can joke about when he comes on. And my brother-in-law has been talking about this Crab Champions game on Steam. It is a roguelike game that is, he says, super addicting. So the next game I'm going to be playing when I make some time after Manor Lords, if anyone from Manor Lords is listening, mostly Greg, because his name is too Greg, you're making an awesome game. But Crab Champions will probably be the next game I check out.
So you said it's a Souls-like game?
It's a roguelike.
Roguelike. Gotcha. Okay.
Sorry, roguelite.
Gotcha. So similar to like Hades, right?
Yes, exactly.
That's what you're saying.
Cool. Well, with that, I think we maybe want to move on to our first guest tonight. You want to introduce?
Yeah, definitely. Let's go to our first guest. All right, Zachary Cosma. Zach, how's it going?
It's going wonderful, Angel. Thank you for having me on.
No problem. It's a pleasure to have you here at the lab. Zachary Cosma, founder at Cosmicon Games. Zach, you are a very interesting figure in gaming. I don't think I've ever met someone who had like his feet in like two different worlds, because you work in games, you develop games, but you're also a teacher. You're teaching the next generation of software developers. I just want to hear from you. Tell me how that experience has been like for you.
Well, I'll tell you, I guess I'm an explorer of planets. Games have been a huge part of my life for a long time. But even before that, I had a computer like at 4 years old, and that changed my life a lot. By 8 years old, I was asking my dad for books on programming, and that energy to kind of teach myself and be hungry to learn applied to games as well. I grew up playing games like Rome Total War, Warcraft, all these different games that are amazing standout games. Um, when I take a look at how it all impacts what I'm doing now, I really take
Right.
a look at, hey, I've been especially lucky in my life to been able to learn these skills, to pick them up, be in a position where I can really focus on them and apply that towards a career. Uh, Working in contracting, working in hobbyist games, working in uh, media, all sorts of different aspects, you really get a lot of different flavors in the world. And I guess, I'm hopping around all these planets. Esports was another big thing that
Right.
was
That's
a
what I
big
heard.
significant part of my life where I was able to uh, really ingrain myself with some cool communities and push ourselves on how much can we succeed, how much can we win, and what's out there for us. And still to that day, that's kind of informed my mentality around the games I want to make, the impact I want to have on the world, and how I want to help people. I went through a lot of coaching in esports and working with my teammates and figuring out how do you get to a place where you can be undefeated, you can be at the top of the game, and getting there, you got to make some sacrifices, you got to go through a lot of hard learning. And so uh, I feel especially privileged that here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, I was able to get a job where I can teach people the same passion and energy and potential I see in technology to them and let them kind of grow budding careers in technology. It's a completely self-taught,
Hmm.
self-led school. So in a lot of the ways, these students go through the same learning journey that I did, where you're having to figure out, how do I research this? How do I Google for the right question? When is not a AI a good tool to use? And it's absolutely been really fun. Um, so again, I like to say I'm really privileged to have the job that I do because I get to make people, really passionate about technology and start their career off in the best possible way that they can.
I love that. When it comes to like teaching your students, how do you find the balance between providing a structure for them, but also fostering a sense of independence, like being self-taught, looking for answers for themselves? How do you like balance that out?
It's all coaching. I mean, like I think it's rarely talked enough in the professional world, but the way you solve problems, the way you help people is ask questions, and
Hmm.
you get help, you ask for help, you engage in collaboration. And I think when I was starting my learning journey, I just had that book and I had my terminal and I had the things around me to go learn from. My dad was working all the time. He didn't exactly want to spend all his time at home with me on the computer programming. So it was really like, I had a small community. I would go ask my dad for help. I would go ask online, which, back in those days, there wasn't the most active community around Unity. You would post something, you might get a response 48 to 96 hours later, or never. Sometimes it would be weeks. And so, like, I didn't have a community to learn from, and I think that's what I try to instill most in these young budding professionals is that you are coming here for this school, really for the community that is around you, and to be empowered by these technologists who are at your same learning level and at their same place in their career as you are. And I think that is truly special because those connections that you form will be invaluable and they will help, bridge the gap and lead to opportunities that you might have otherwise been blind to. And so I tell them a lot, hey, ask for help, work with each other, get into a mode where the problems aren't problems anymore. They're opportunities to learn something with someone else.
Perfect. How do you think these experiences influence the games that you make?
Oh, so intensely. I've wanted to make a lot of games in my life, and I have made a lot of hobbyist games. I've even made a lot more prototypes, right? Um, as far as like it influencing the games I want to make, uh, our one of our symbols at Atlas School is called Lumi, and it's a firefly, and it's a bug, that glows. I think most of us are probably familiar with the firefly, but here in the
Okay.
South, they call them lightning bugs. And bug has a funny connotation to it, right? There's like, well, that's an error. But I even think like some of the best Easter eggs, some of the best moments in gaming comes from they come from the sense of how to sorry, some of the audio was playing this distracting.
Please continue, Zach.
Yeah. So the where was I? Anja, I completely
Yeah,
lost
so
it.
you were talking about lightning bugs in the south.
Yeah.
You said it's funny.
So
You're right.
lightning bugs and how it influenced my game, and how
Gotcha.
the learning of Atlas is influenced. So, teaching people is a difficult task. It's not necessarily easy. You run into these bugs, you run into these issues, but you could turn them into opportunities, something that flashes the light and shows you the way. A pretty significant experience I've been while I've been living here in Oklahoma was getting to go to a lake like towards the end of summer. It's very, very quiet little spot in a town called Stillwater. It's just a little college town. And I wasn't exactly expecting it. I was thinking, hey, maybe we'll see a few lightning bugs over here. But we were parking and we sat for not even 10 minutes, and it must have been thousands upon thousands of fireflies came out from the underbrush just at the turn of sunset. And it was absolutely beautiful. Uh, that experience really impacted me because it was this moment where I get to see, hey, thousands of fireflies lighting up the night sky. It was a
Oh,
really interesting
Zach,
way to
excuse me. I don't
visualize
think I
the
can
impact
hear
that I've had
you.
at Atlas, creating tons and tons of engineers who will go and make their own games, contribute to various industries, and really, hopefully, making impact and making value out there in the world. And I just hope to do the same with my games in a way that it really brings a light in people and can enable
hmm
them to feel like this game added to their life. I feel like there are too many gamers, and even people external to games who might look at games as a waste of their time, or might
Yeah.
regret some of that time. And I think we can really change how we play games and why we play games in a way that really is adding to your life and not taking away from it. Um, I think you can have a positive relationship with anything. So why not games? And I want
Yes.
to have my games inspire people in that sort of way.
Yeah, I love what you're saying. And I agree with you. I think people tend to view games as escapism, right? Like games are
Yeah,
mere
yeah.
escapism, they're just for fun. But games can also be expansive. They can help you process different things, bring you different emotions, show you different ways of doing things. They can be beneficial too.
Well, and I think you've captured something really interesting there, right? Because escapism and controlling how you feel are kind of the same thing. I mean, that's what escapism is, right? Is getting away from how you might currently feel or the situation that you're currently in to immerse yourself in these other feelings. And so when you take a look at uh, how why you're playing a game, it's not necessarily to distract yourself from the world or to put something away. You're playing it to control how you feel, and I
hmm
think it's a very keen insight that you can use anything that's a medium of expression like that, for positive or negative. And if you're looking at it as I'm wasting my time, I'm putting away hours into this thing that might not give me any return in life, that can be negative. but it can just as easily for a different person, or a different perspective, even for yourself, be something that really adds meaning to your life. And so I think it's all about how you play the game and why you play the game, more than like games are bad themselves, right? They're just tools for us to feel certain types of ways. Like horror games make you scared, and maybe an
Exactly.
action game makes you feel really good when you can hit the buttons at the right time.
Definitely. Zach, I wanted to ask you regarding the impact that AI has on future like game developments, right? You are working with people who want to work in the tech industry, maybe they want to work in gaming as well. But AI seems kind of scary sometimes if you don't know how to
Yeah.
use it. How do you think the next generation of engineers can future proof their skills so that they can be successful in this new landscape?
Yeah, well, it's a very interesting question, Angel, because there's two sides of that coin. There's one that's the answer that's more universal, I think, and it captures kind of long-term focus of how creatives, technicals, or anyone will be integrating these tools into their work. And then there's the other side of the coin where it's like raw down dirty engineering right now. How are we using these tools and are they useful?
Mhm.
So I'll give you both sides here. First, universal, I think this applies for any professional, any creative. AI is a marketing term. Artificial intelligence is such a loaded term, and this comes from sci-fi, right? Like this is the idea that we'll be able to build machines that can think and be smarter than us. Right now, what we have is not AI. What we have is really powerful automation tools. And some of them are generative, where they can kind of powerfully discover things, or maybe put together possibilities that maybe other people wouldn't have seen. I mean, AI has already won art competitions, right? Like it was very, very quick to win an art competition and cause a lot of controversy. And I think that's something where we need to take a look at how are we considering these tools? Because I have in the past made the argument that like, if you're an artist and you're freaking out about AI, it's kind of like when people would freak out about being a painter and cameras being invented. Oh no, my portraits are going to go away. I don't think it's quite the same
Gotcha.
anymore. Having my hands deep into the issue for a fair amount of years now, I think it's a little more nuanced.
Mhm.
AI is automation. It's not just a tool that is uh, going to think or solve problems for you. It's not just a tool that can inherently create, it generates, right? There's no it acting on its own. So there's a lot that people conflate on top of AI. For integrating it into your workflow, it is automated results. And I don't know if you've ever seen a factory line, but what happens when one loaf of bread gets a little pushed behind? It might push behind the next one and the next one, and it might
Exactly.
cause this
Yeah, they get
huge,
stacked. Right.
yeah, yeah, and nothing is flowing in that factory anymore if your bread gets stuck. And so I think you can automatically make bad decisions. This should come very naturally to humans, that we make bad decisions just out of thin air. But when we look at AI, we're not exactly giving it that same credence of, hey, this can just make mistakes, and it could do it automatically and a lot. And so I think that's where a lot of confusion comes in with AI. Is like, it's useful, but it's also making mistakes. And at the end of the day, being a creative, being a specialist, being someone whose meaning is or expression is really meaningful, means you can't automatically get there. If we were all automatically there, we would all be on the same page, right? We would all have that meaning, have that intention, have that ability to produce that result, and we would be it would not be of significance or value to be like, hey, I'm where everyone else is at when we're already all there, right? So you have to be on the edge of, I need to make decisions for myself. I need to have an internal filter. I think every professional could benefit from AI in a different way, especially if we are talking the big loaded blanket term that includes machine learning, computer vision,
Mhm.
even artificial generalized intelligence, right? That true AI. I think all of those factors play into you can use these tools to make you better. But what I am very careful to tell my students is you cannot use these tools to replace your own internal filter. Um, Starting to get into the code side of it, and you'll see this in writing, it's not so bad for what it puts in to your writing, because more text can always sort of be helpful, but it's really bad for the things that it takes out from your expression. You're coming to ChatGPT with revise my book or edit this code, it might
Right.
take things out that were essential and you might not see it because hey, humans also make mistakes. So you got to remember, if you're trying to be a specialist, you're trying to be a creative, take a look at what you're making and be very, very intentional that this is the result that you wanted, because otherwise you're going to wind up somewhere down a rabbit hole and it's not going to be a lot of fun. You want to get sure that you want to be sure that things are going through your internal filter and that you're not replacing that, because otherwise you'll automatically make bad decisions. But if you have an internal filter, you can be watching the factory floor go, and as a bread gets out of place, nudge it or pull it back out so you can put it back in.
Exactly. Very, very important to have that internal filter. Yeah, Zach, I completely agree with you. I just wanted to ask you real quick before we wrap up this interview, where can people find you if they want to contact you, maybe collaborate with you, maybe be your student? Where can they contact you?
Yeah, so I got a lot of links. You can Google me for sure. I've been Googleable for quite a long time now. So it's just Zachary Cosma. You can even do ZAK Cosma. But if you want to get my links, you can do zak.today for my personal website. You can do cosmacon.com, which is KOSMACON.com. You can go to wardraft.app, WARDRAFT.app. Pretty cool website. I highly recommend that one. That one's the game that we're working on over at Cosmicon. And if you want to learn more about Atlas School, you can follow me on LinkedIn. You can go to atlasschool.com and find us that way. We are we're a really great coding school in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And if you want to learn more about code, I'm always available to be hit up. You can find me on LinkedIn if you want to message me directly.
All right, perfect, Zach. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for the interview. It was a pleasure having you on the lab. Thank you for joining us.
Thank
you. Okay, my pleasure. Let's go back.
That was great, man. Great interview on health. First off, big shout out to Jason Alchemist for the donation. I feel like we need some like air horn or something like that when things go on. But
some
one of the
confetti
things,
as well.
Exactly, right? Party stuff everywhere. But one of the things that Zachary was talking about was how AI is automation. And we saw that this week with OpenAI releasing operators and starting to kind of build these automations as tasks. And it's going to be a very interesting future. I'm really excited to see where these things go and how they're able to build them out.
Yes, let's see how it goes. AI can be kind of scary. I feel like a lot of the news that we read make it seem like you're going to lose your job. It's never going to be the same, but it's a tool, right? We can master it. We can use it to our advantage.
That's what I always tell everyone I speak to is if you're not learning how to utilize this new tool, you're going to start to fall behind. You're either going to keep up. I mean, goes back to the days when like horse and buggy was replaced by car. People were saying, no, we'll always have horse. Like, no, these technologies move. So you're going to do yourself a disfavor, if you're not following up on these technologies that are really picking up right now.
All right. Yeah, 100%. We have to adapt, right?
Yeah, right. Exactly. We're kicking it off to our next interview, who's going to be Tim Gerritsen. He's the Chief Operating Officer at Lost Boys. It is going well, Tim. Tim is hanging out with us in an RV in New Mexico. When we started this conversation, it was bright and sunny out, and now we get dark background in the background because it is officially nighttime. Tim, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm live from the desert on satellite, so hopefully I'm coming in well.
So far, so good. Let's talk a little bit about your resume, and I got a couple questions to kind of ask you. So, currently the COO at Lost Boys. You are at Human Head, Irrational Games. You do a lot with the Wisconsin Gaming Alliance. You had the unique experience of working on iconic titles like Rune, the original Prey, and BioShock Infinite. over the shift in game development over the years, there's been bigger budgets at games, longer dev cycles, and evolving player expectations. You're still in the gaming world, and I'm curious to ask you, what's something in today's AAA environment that maybe these studios can learn how games were made a little while ago?
Well, I mean, that's a good question, because I think over the next year, you're going to see a sea change in how games are made and how they're delivered. I think big time, big budget games are getting riskier and riskier and riskier to do. You're talking massive movie level, bigger than movie level budgets. You're talking some games hitting 300 million, 500 million to make. That's a lot of money to risk. And if the game doesn't take off and hit an audience like day one and have a long tail, that's a lot of money to lose. And you're on the opposite end, you're seeing all these great indie crews and AA people who are cranking out these games at a fraction of the budget, capturing people's minds, getting people excited, capturing people's sales, and really, defining innovation in the market right now. So I think in the next year, you're going to see a lot of the big studios are going to start rethinking, like, is this the best way for us to be doing this? Are there better ways for us to be doing this? And you look at the tools landscape with AI coming on, you look at how tools have evolved since I started out. I mean, my first game was A10 Tank Killer 2, and that was like 10 guys, $1 million budget, and that was AAA back then. But we moved fast, we got cool stuff done. I remember when we did Rune, that was about 13 people and $1.3 million, I think, is what we spent on it to get it done. You can make fantastic games without blowing super movie level budgets. And I think you look at how many players are playing the various games that are out there right now, and the games that are capturing people's attention more and more often are these lesser expensive games, but something innovative, something that people are taking a risk on, something that's just not the same old thing that's been done 50 times in the past 3, 4, 5 years. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I've worked on AAA games. I love AAA games, but I just see so much cool innovation coming from these smaller teams with smaller budgets, acting scrappier, focusing on the fun, working with audiences. I think that's been a big trend and going to be an even bigger trend. You don't just release your game after 5 years of silence into the market and hope to God people buy it. I think you got to engage your community early. You got to get people to be involved early and then learn from them. People say, hey, I like this, I don't like that, I want to have this in the game. This gets me excited, and you can put out early versions of a game and get people excited about it and take people's feedback and really develop that game with the audience being a part of that. And I think that's a trend that's going to get bigger and bigger.
We often, I mean, we talk about community a lot. I think community is one of my most exciting topics that I love to talk about, because the more people you have talking about your game, you organically grow. The more influencers you have playing your game, again, you'll have that organic growth through those players. When you're there thinking of your games and creating games, we always talk about engaging with your community as early as possible. But is that really going through your head from where you sit at, I guess, maybe a COO level? Like, at what point is the right time to start engaging with the audience?
Well, I mean, look, I'm an old school designer. That's how I got started. And for me, the game is everything. If you're not focusing on your game, what the hell are you focusing on? And so I think at my level, that is community engagement. When do you engage? I've worked on games where we engaged early, got people's feedback early, and those are fun because you're interacting with your audience, you're learning what they like, you're learning what they don't like. I think on a business level, on that level of things, you got to look at those trends. I don't think you can afford to just focus on the numbers and focus on the finance side of it and focus on, what developers you've got in place. You got to be thinking holistically about everything. At my level, you do need to be thinking holistically about everything. You got to be thinking about, who are your best developers, but also who's the audience that I'm selling to? Because if you can't define that, you're not going to find success.
When we go back to take a look at your resume, right? Again, Rune, Prey, BioShock, those are some huge names, right? That really made an impact on people that played it, right? I mean, by being part of the BioShock world, BioShock lore, it must be an amazing experience. Can you talk about maybe some of the best practices from working with these different studios, with different directors that you've kind of picked up on over the years? And maybe we call them pillars here every once in a while, right? Do you have any pillars that you stick with when you kind of go into that game design stage?
Well, for me, it's trust in your team. You got to have a team of people that you trust, that they're excited. You got to get them excited, and they got to get you excited, and you got to be involved with that team. You can't be aloof. I think a lot of companies, the team is just some group somewhere working on the game, and they're not engaged. They don't really talk to them. They're not really a part of that. I feel like you have to be engaged with the team. They have to know what's going on. They have to understand the game they're making. They have to be talking to one another. And I think making sure that your team is intimately involved in that process, intimately communicating that process. One of the things I faced, especially on larger titles, is something I called siloing, where design comes up with a design, throws it over the fence to programming. Programming comes up with tools, they throw it over the fence to art. Art comes up with art, throws it over the fence back to programming. And then that's a horrible situation. You want to create a situation where everybody in the team is communicating. Everybody in the team is trusting one another. Everybody is being real with one another. Hey, you're not doing this the way I thought you were doing it. Is that a problem, or is that something we need to change our tool structure, our process, to make it better for everybody? And if teams start to silo, that's where things start going really wrong, because then they just resent each other. Oh, the game sucks because it's engineering's fault. Oh, the game sucks because it's art's fault. Oh, the game sucks because it's design's fault. And it's like, no, guys, it's all your game. It's all of your game. No, you can't put I used to tell developers, like, you can't put a note in the box saying, well, the game was cool except for this one bit, and I'm really sorry, but nobody listened to me on the team, so that's why the game sucks. You can't put a note like that in the box, or when you release the game. I'm old school, so I'm thinking box, but on the digital side, you can't just send people a note like, the game was really cool except for this one thing that these guys sucked at. You got to be holistic about it. You got to be real about it, and you always have to be thinking about what is the customer's appeal with this. You always have to be thinking from the gamer level. I think too many developers get up in their own head of how they perceive how the game's going to be perceived. So no, you got to be thinking about it as a gamer. How would I, as a gamer, perceive what I'm doing right now or seeing right now on screen?
I love that. I think I can safely say that all the companies that I've ever worked at have had an internal communication problem where dev doesn't talk to QA, or doesn't talk to product, doesn't talk to support, or doesn't talk to anyone. And it becomes, like you said, everyone's pointing fingers like, how did you release this? Did you not test it for bugs? Or, yeah, we tested it, but blah, 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 right? It's communication is key, I think, in any vertical, any field, no matter what you're doing, to understand what you're doing, how you can communicate it. And I love that you said that, because I don't think a studio can survive without some sort of solid communication. Is it going to be perfect? No, it's never perfect, trust me, but you can have ways to communicate with each other and stay in touch, and I think that's really important.
Yeah. It gets easier with a smaller team. With larger teams, like on BioShock Infinite, I would say half my job was making sure people just understood what changes were going on, and what, because on a bigger game, the challenge is even bigger, because you've got so many people working on a project, and it's hard to lose vision. Like, oh yeah, we had things called zombie memes, where it was like an idea that was early in the game that was carved out, but people kept thinking that was the current design and rolling with it. And it's like, no, that died like 3 months ago, and trying to kill those zombie memes, because they would just keep coming back. And making sure that your team understands what the current vision for the game is and what their impact is on it. Because no matter who you are on a team, no matter how small you think your role is, you have a huge impact on what's coming out at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's well said. And I want to jump to one of the questions that Jason asked in chat, because I think it's great and it's effective. We work with a lot of indies. We talk with a lot of indies, right? Are there any strategies you've learned over time on how you can help scale a game? And specifically, how can an indie take that concept and make it work for them?
Well, I think indies are kind of where that's at right now, because the best thing I can say is you have a small team early on in the project working tightly together to find the fun in the game. So you're working on a prototype level, but you don't scale. And the games I've seen fail scale too early. Like, we need 500 assets. So we either got to go find co-dev studios, or we got to hire enough people to make all these assets, or we got to buy all these assets. And it's like, no, until you know what your core loop is, until you know exactly what this game is going to be, until you can demonstrate and play it and see, okay, this is my game loop. This is how it plays. This is how it's going to be fun. It's demonstrably fun. You should not scale. And I think way too many teams scale way too early, get caught in trouble. Once you have that loop, then it's just a production exercise. It's like, okay, we got our core loop. We understand the gameplay. We understand how it's coming together. But now I need 5,000 audio assets. I need 10,000 illustrational assets. I need all these models. I need all these animations. Like, it's a lot easier to scale when you know what the roadmap looks like. And if you scale too early, you just have people sitting around and getting in each other's way. And I think too many teams, that becomes a real problem, because they think someone had on a schedule on April 1st, we go full production, so everybody better be ready to start making assets. And then you get to April 1st, and it's like, wait a minute, the game isn't even ready yet. The game isn't there yet. It's not fun yet. But hey, somebody put on a roadmap. We got to hire at this date. So suddenly you're already off. You're already hiring too many people. They're sitting around. Nobody knows what's going on, and the game isn't getting any better. And I think a key team knows that. Do not do that. Do not go into that production mode until you know, okay, yep, this is what the game is defined as, and here's how we're moving forward.
Yeah, I love that. It's a mantra I heard a while ago, and I love to stick to it, is finding the fun, find the fun, right? Play test the game until you find out what that core loop is that's fun, and don't try and throw more stuff at it, because then you're going to cause more problems. You know, there's so many indie games that I started playing, and then they get some sort of feature creep where they put, hey, let's put this merge element and this element and this element and this element into this game. I'm just like, this isn't the same game that we started playing, and you're now doing 57,000 things, and I can't keep up with it. It's frustrating.
Well, there's this old thing where it's like, you know, what have I played lately? And I played this game over the weekend. It had this cool feature. We got to add that. And then the next weekend, I played this cool game. It's got this cool feature. Let's add that. And pretty soon you've got like 500 features, and you're way away from what your original core vision was.
I got two more quick questions for you here. Sure. You've seen the gaming industry evolve through multiple generations of gaming, and you know, we're now in the next generation that's coming up, and we've heard terms like metaverse, VR, AR, AI now in here. Well, what excites you the most about where we are today, or is there a particular trend or technology that gets you really excited?
I don't know about technology. I think trend-wise, I think that kind of circle is coming back towards smaller teams being more capable. The tools are allowing smaller groups, even individuals, to put out amazing, cool, fun experiences and capturing people's imaginations. And I think that's a trend that I'm really excited about, because, you know, I can get 7-8 people together, get them excited about a vision, we can start cranking on it and get something going, as opposed to on a $400 million game or a $200 million game or whatever on a AAA basis. You've got so many green light approvals and so many people you have to convince that this is going to be a good idea, and all of them want to put in their own input. Well, you need multiplayer. Well, it's a single player focused idea. Add multiplayer. Thankfully, that's dying or has died out mostly, or you're focusing on a multiplayer game, and they're like, add a campaign because that's what our marketing says. And I love marketing, but marketing is always looking at what's hot now and what's been hot, and looking a year in the future or 18 months in the future. It's hard to know what trends are. Games come out of nowhere and capture the zeitgeist, and everybody gets excited, and you got to market what you have right now. And I feel like, yeah, with a bigger game, you got so many people you got to get sign off from. You got so many gatekeepers who are like, you got to add a little bit of this. It's too many chefs in the kitchen. And then you end up with a mess.
Well said. I agree with that sentiment. I think these smaller studios that can kind of follow their hearts, build their passion project, I think they're the ones that are going to be driving the industry. I think the Game Awards this year showed us games like Balatro, right? Just sole developer building out their passion project. They found the fun, they stuck with it, they didn't throw too many features in there. I think that is the path we're going down. I think AAA will find a way to kind of fit in there too.
Well, let me be clear. I mean, you're still going to have failure at that level, but
Yeah.
you're not going to lose $150 million. You're not going to, if you bet smaller and it pays off, you have a great return on your investment. But if you bet smaller and you fail, you move on to the next thing.
Awesome, Tim. This has been extremely insightful, and I really loved our conversation. It's getting even darker there, so I'm not going to keep you any longer. But before you go, let us know where we can find you, where we can find Lost Boys, and et cetera.
Sure. Well, Lost Boys is at lostboysinteractive.com. You can check us out there. I'm kind of a hard to reach guy. I'm a private guy, but you can find me on LinkedIn. Send me a LinkedIn request. I'm happy to, get together with folks. I love encouraging. For me, I loved hearing Zach's talk earlier. It's for me, the coolest thing is seeing young people get into the industry, get excited, and do cool stuff. So if you're a young person in the industry and you're just breaking your way in and want to talk, reach out. I'm more than happy to start up a conversation with you.
Thank you, Tim. Stay safe out there, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Oh, welcome back.
Dude, thank you, man. That was an amazing conversation. I love everything that Tim said. And you don't really need a huge budget or a ginormous team to make a great game. We have seen games like Balatro, Lethal Company, many games that, they don't have a lot of people, but they make awesome things. And I agree with that. I agree with the sentiment. How was it for you?
Have a strong vision and stick to that vision. Know what gets you excited, right? I've always believed that if you build a game that you love, others will love it. Don't build a game for others, build a game for yourself, and that will bring people to play a game.
Exactly. That's 100%. I think most successful games have that vision. And I think there's a lot of big franchises now that are kind of like losing, how do you say, they're losing touch with like their origin point. Like you mentioned Call of Duty, right? Don't get me wrong. I love Call of Duty.
Don't
But
badmouth
man, they
it.
have like unicorn skins and like, what's going on? Is this
Wild,
Fortnite?
man. The Wild West. I love it. No, there's room for both, but I think AAA is going to take this. I mean, spending's already kind of a bit out of hand and less available these days, right? For those looking for investors, right? It's tougher these days, but you're gonna have to find what clicks better with your audience. And again, if you build games that they want to come back to, when you build that fun, monetization will follow the fun. Don't build a game thinking I'm going to make $1 million off of it. Build a game that you're going to want to pick up and play day after day after day. And when other people do that, then they will spend money in the game.
Exactly, 100%. Amazing interview, Greg.
Thank you. I think now we're going to pass it over to Cassandra. Cassandra, how
Yes.
are you doing this lovely evening? How's Chicago?
Hi there, I'm doing great. It's Cassandra here. Well, today, same, I'm going to bring you guys some like interesting events happening globally and locally. But before we start, I want to wish anybody who celebrates the Chinese New Year a great start of Year of Snake. Yeah, I'm from China. We did hot pot, we watched Spring Festival Gala, and it's Year of Snake. It's all about it's all about that shed off the bad energy. All right, so now we're gonna cover about the global convention that happens this week and next week. So first of all, we have a Arctic Game Dev 2025 happening this week. The event had been kicked off yesterday and it's gonna go hold through this Thursday in Sweden. So this event is focusing on to bringing game studios, independent developers with investor and publishers. Like I know personally as an independent developer, it's always, like finding fundings and then like connect with publishers, one of the hardest topic and one of the important topic. So this event really helped to bring people together, connect people together, and then the investor and publisher can see, what are some cool projects people are work at, and for the game studio to learn how to pitch to publisher, how to find investor. So if you're in the area, definitely this is a great event. Well, next week we have a 2-day event in Barcelona, Spain, Games Forum 2025, mobile game focused event. So people, industry expert is going to gather together to discuss the future about the mobile gaming, the growth, the strategy, and monetization of it. So if you are a mobile gaming focused, definitely check it out. And also in Asia next week, we have a Game Dev Summit happened in Baraka Island, Philippines. It's a event for all the audiences. We have like game developers, artists, publishers, like anyone that connect and then innovate and shape the future of the gaming industry. Right. So the week after that, in February, there's one event we're all gonna watch, which is the DICE Summit. This year is gonna hold in the States, Las Vegas area resort and casino. So as you know, like this is an event for all the leaders in the industry, in the interactive entertainment industry, to discuss the trend and the innovation and creative process. So like definitely watch those conversations because those are gonna shape out the future of the gaming. Yeah. Also, as an average gamer and as a fans, game Dice Summit Award is also something I'm watching. Like Greg mentioned earlier, like I already cast my vote in my heart. The game of year in my heart is a by small independent developer Balatro. It's my recent gaming addiction. I was literally playing right before the show. Like just like what we just discussed in this show, like we always talk about like great game can be made by any budget. So it's really great to see like the fun is the core and then how tight, like as long as you have a really tight, solid and fun gameplay, like people's gonna see it and people are gonna appreciate it. So, right. All right. So, and then the lab is gonna cover more information about DICE Summit. So just stay tuned. We're gonna talk about that more. All right. So next for local events, we have a Louisiana RetroCon Winter 2025 going on in Gonzales, Louisiana. I look at the event, it's lots of fun. Like I wish I lived nearby so I can go. Like it have like cosplay contests, it have like tournament like Super Smash Bros tournament, it have Sonic themed karaoke. I'd be totally up for it. And then also something like a music performance. They have everything. So this is happening this weekend at the Gonzales, Louisiana. Definitely check it out if you're local. One last thing I want to cover is this online community and marketplace. If you haven't heard of it, I think most of people heard of it. Itch.io. It has great games by independent developer upload there. And also one thing I want to focus on is the game jam section on the itch.io. If you go on their website and going under game jam tab, you will see a huge calendar with all the game jam that's going on. So far, itch.io has already hosted 400K game jam, and then it's all different theme, all different topic, and then you can just like jump in one that you find interested, and then pick each other's brain and create something great together. So, all right, so that's it for this week. Definitely stay tuned and keep gaming.
Cassandra, that was awesome. Thank you for the update. I'm glad you love Balatro. We're also hearing from Kingmaker in chat, who also loves Balatro. Join the club. And as Cassandra mentioned, check out itch.io. They got a lot of cool stuff up there. Indies can put some stuff up there. And we were just talking about game jams last week. What are the odds? They're having a game jam on their stuff as well. Have you been to Itch on Hell? Have you done that stuff before? Take that as a no or a maybe. Have you been to Itch before? Oh, you are quiet. I don't know if we could hear you on Hell. Is it me? All right. Well, his mic is muted. So while we're figuring that, our next alchemist is going.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. What's up, man? Welcome back.
Oh, gotcha, dude. I was muted for some reason.
Yeah, you gotta mute. I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, no worries.
Back, just control Puppet Master and mute and stuff.
No worries, no worries. Yeah, man, it's all good. But I have heard of it. I've definitely heard of it. But what I'm more interested in is the poll that we had.
Which are we talking about the game? What game are you most looking to in February? Let's see, are we
Exactly.
able
So
to
yeah,
pull up
we
those
asked you guys a
results here?
question. Yes, we asked you guys a question. Or like a dragon. Interesting.
I was gonna go Vad, but I'm excited about Civ. I've never been a turn-based strategy guy, but I'm a real-time strategy. I thought maybe at my older age I can change it to turn-based and be a little calmer.
Hopefully. What about Monster Hunter? Does it look appealing to you?
I don't know. I'll download it. I will play it. I'll give you that much. I'm not gonna give you any more than that, but I will play it and I will let you know.
Hey man, you gotta let me know. I've heard the game is wild. So let's see how it goes.
All right, so we're coming up here in the hour, but we got more show for you. So we're gonna go to our final alchemist, Rick, who's gonna talk to us a little bit about esports. Rick, man, how are you doing?
What's up, guys? And hell, I love the unicorn skin. It's one of my favorites. The gun deli. The Rick's 5-minute lab drop. I'm Rick, and today I got some big news about the Olympic Esports 2025. It's been postponed, but yeah, we're going to talk about it and how this affects not only esports as a whole, but also indie game developers and publishers. So, if any of you guys are indie devs, I would like to hear what you guys got to say about this. So, here's the scoop: the Olympic Esports was postponed for 2026 or maybe even later for 2027. The word on the street is most likely 2027, but that gives indie game developers more time to get in this chance to get into this tournament and see how they can get in. So why the delay? A few reasons. The IOC and partnerships haven't fully locked down any game titles or tournament venues or even any dates. There's also a lack of clarity around how athletes will qualify. And of course, the game publishers voiced concern about the timeline was just too tight. IOC hasn't made any official announcements yet, but definitely sparked a lot of conversations within the game community. So let me ask you guys, how will it impact the easy games? So if you indie game devs are in the chat, know and tell me if this even affects you at all. So I would like their reply on that, guys. So please, I have a poll out there for you guys. Vote on that poll. Back to it. So what does this even mean for the sports? Well, esports grown from a niche hobby to a global phenomenon. We've seen games like Fortnite, League of Legends, Rocket League, and Call of Duty become huge in competition gaming. But indie devs have often been left on the sidelines of major esports events, largely because of the smaller scale or limited resources, which delay which the delay of the Olympics esports games might be helpful for these guys. This could actually open the doors for indie games and developers, considering the IOC is going to need more time, excuse me, guys, more time to finalize the lineup in games. And this could give smaller titles a chance to polish their game and a time to shine. So think about it. Think about it. Games like that might not have made the cut for 2025, but now they might have the chance to move in the spotlight and even make the event in 2026 or 2027. So, guys, let's hear about it. I want to know if this even affects you indie devs, guys, or indie game publishers. So, what can the indie developers do to take advantage of this delay? If you guys have any answers, please throw them in the comments. I would like to hear them, and I'd like to see what you guys have to say. The key is to stay maybe adaptable and ready as the IOC and the IESF focus on getting the game titles finalized, securing prop and setting up qualification paths. Indie developers should be keeping an eye on these developments with more time to get their games polished, and smaller developers could have more time and much better shot at making the roster for 2026. So this delay could really help you little indie developers, and we can get it started and help you guys shine. So this more time gives you guys games, and think about registering your game to be in this tournament. So, all right. So what else we got, guys? We got news for the. Or sorry, guys. We got the. Hold on, guys. Let me see what I got for you guys. I got the let's cut it, guys. I can't.
All right. Angel, do you think the Olympic esports committee saw what happened with breakdancing at the Olympics and was like, ooh, maybe we want to hold off on this? Or now is that too soon?
That was such an L, dude. But
Sorry,
honestly,
you can't win them all.
You can't win them all, right? But honestly, I don't see a good argument on why not have indie games at the Olympics, right?
I agree with you, but I imagine there's a lot of politics that go on behind the scene and people trying to keep stuff out. That's not even a thing I'd want to even touch because it's probably ugly behind the scenes.
Yes, I agree with you. But Greg, before we move on, remember how Rick had like the black background?
Uh-huh.
Have you ever played the Batman Arkham games?
No, one of my really good friends has been convincing me for the longest time to play it. I played Suicide Squad and I liked it, but I think I was one of like 7 people that liked it.
Bro. Okay, anyways, but in the Arkham games, when you lose the game, right? To like let's say you're fighting a boss and you lose the game, the game over screen is basically like Rick's screen. It's a black screen, and then the character comes up to you, they say something, and then they leave. So it just reminded me of that. But
there you go. Well, sorry, Rick. He thinks you're dead in the Arkham games, but we know you're not. I think we are getting ready to spin the wheel here. You want to introduce our lucky listener that gets to spin it today, Angel, or do you not have the chat up?
I do have the chat. Where can I see who got it?
It's in the chat in the Video Ninja.
Let me see real quick. Oh, that's. Is it Straw Hat Angel? Because that's me.
Oh, well, you get to spin the wheel. No.
Like, do I get to spin the wheel? No, someone else should spin the wheel. Come on, guys. It should be someone else.
All right. If you're in the chat and you're not on this broadcast and you want to spin the wheel, type your favorite game in the chat right now and you will get a chance to spin the wheel. You can't get everything right that first time, right, Angel? You still got to run into some issues here and there.
I mean, look, honestly, dude, we're starting. We're doing our best. It is what it is, right? We're here.
We'll go to Alchemist Jason. He was interactive today in chat. He tipped. Not that ever is going to make a difference, but he's here. So we're going to bring the wheel up. They can't hear us when they spin the wheel, but I need you, Jason, in the chat to type "spin the wheel." All right. To be completely honest with you, Angel, I couldn't read that. What did we get?
I mean, I know it's the golden one, right? That's supposed to be like super rare, but what
Look at
exactly
that.
did
Lucky first
Jason win?
episode, second episode, first wheel. He won a free item from the store. Can we drop the store link in chat so he can kind of go in there, pick what he wants? And any final words for our episode here today on Hell?
Look, Greg, what you said is true. We're just starting. We're doing our best. You know, there's a little bit of some hiccups along the way, but I think overall we did pretty good. We had amazing guests, and the participation on the chat was amazing. So, what else can you ask for, right?
I agree. Tim, Zachary, thank you so much for coming on, sharing your knowledge and wisdom from your time in the trenches of making games. I think it's important to share that with all the current gen and younger gens. Sandra, Rick, Angel, thank you so much for being a part of this. But the biggest thank I think goes to, again, our community, man. Like we don't do this for us, although maybe we do, but we love listening to you. We love hearing the feedback that you have. We are a show because you're a listener, and we want games to be here forever, right? I have kids now. I want them to keep playing games, and I want their kids to play games. And the more gamers, the better. So keep on letting us know what you want to listen to. We have a great episode coming up next week. You'll see more about it on LinkedIn in the next couple of weeks. And Angel, I'll talk to you later, man. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Greg, and thank you guys for coming. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much, and see you next episode at the lab. All right, hello everyone, and welcome once again to a great episode of The Lab. My name is Angel. I'm one of your hosts, and I'm here with my awesome co-host, Greg. Greg, how's it going, man?
You know, it is going all right, Angel. I think the flu is going around, and I think a bunch of us have gotten bitten by that flu bug. And I think Rick is out for the count today. I just got bitten by it, but I'd be on the lookout, Angel and Cassandra. You know, it's only a matter of time these days.
It's that time of year, right? Yeah, unfortunately, Rick is not here with us, but he'll be back next week. Rick, we miss you, man. It's not the same without you. But Greg, how's it going, man? Tell me.
Nah, man, it's going great. We took a week off last night to recoup, recover, build out some new cool things. I'm ready to start talking gaming, all the new stuff that's been coming out. There's been lots of news and lots of new things that we are incorporating to tonight's stream. So I think we should kind of talk through it, and maybe we can start with points and why points matter. So for anyone that's in Twitch, points are specifically for Twitch. It's called a Twitch currency. I don't know what it is, but in Twitch, if you do exclamation point points, what you'll do is you'll be able to see how many points you have. And that will enable you to play a whole bunch of different games. It will help you do things in the survey. It will help you do things like spinning the wheel. And eventually you're going to be able to purchase lab merchandise with these points. So I'm excited about the idea of these points. I'm excited about these new games that we're incorporating with it. And I'm excited about some of the new features. How are you feeling about that stuff, Angel?
Dude, honestly, guys, here at the lab, we're built different. We're different from other shows. And why is that? In here, we really value engagement and community. That is why, you know, we want to be able to like have it in the system, right? So please, guys, chat as much as possible, interact with us, ask questions to our guests. Interaction is super important at the lab. And not only that, but if you interact with us, you send messages, you know, and you play games, you can get some points, and then you can get some lab drip. You can get a shirt, you can get a cap, you can get a mug. So interaction is king. Speaking of interaction, guys, if you can please in the chat, let us know where you guys are watching us. That would be great. Please let us know, are you watching us?
So, Angel, we've had a lot of new game stuff come out these past couple weeks. As people are answering, letting us know where they're from, what games have you been playing this week?
Dude, honestly, all right, this week, so I'm finishing up Ninja Gaiden Black 2. I'm almost there. And I got Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I don't know if you've heard of that game.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about it. I heard it's spicy. I've been wanting to pick that up. Yeah, I have a few games in my backlog, but that is jumping its way to the top.
Dude, it's really, really fun. And, oh, okay, we have
Molly from Arkansas. Molly, hey, how's it going? Yeah, I interviewed Molly in Flama. Molly's a very good friend. We have people in Arkansas watching us. I love it. We're all over the country. I love it. I love it. Yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance is a very awesome game. It's sort of like a realistic Skyrim, and it really makes you empathize with people who lived during the medieval ages. Like,
Nice.
Greg, you gotta pick it up, man. You gotta pick it up.
Yeah,
What
you know,
playing?
I need a new single player game, and I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3, and I feel like I'm embarrassed to admit that on a gaming live stream, but that is also one that's competing for my time right now. I feel like if I start Baldur's Gate, it's gonna just fully just take me away from everything in my life, and I'm not quite sure if I'm ready for that yet.
Dude, it's gonna be like 120 hours, but let me tell you, it is worth it, Greg. Please do it.
All right. I'm gonna have to check it out.
For sure. And Greg, if you look at the chat, we have people commenting. We have people from Madison, Wisconsin, people in LA, let's go, represent.
There we
We have some
go.
people in Green Bay. Awesome. All right. That's cool. I love it. Greg, we recently, today, right? We had PlayStation State of Play.
Yeah, man. PlayStation State of Play came, I think, just about 3 hours ago, so it's pretty much fresh off the cooker here. And they announced a lot of big games coming out. First one is that really stood out was a game called Soros. It was House Marquee's next big game. It's going to come out in 2026, and they actually built Returnal a couple years ago. I'm not sure if you played Returnal. It was I think it was a
Yes.
roguelite type of first-person shooter. I am not a PlayStation player, although I should be because my son keeps telling me he wants to play Spider-Man. But I heard Returnal was mind-blowing, and I know Soros is automatically going to really get on the top of people's lists here because of what they've built.
Definitely, dude. Returnal, and most PlayStation games are on Steam, so I recommend that. Returnal is great. You got to pick it up, Greg.
All right. Well, see, you're adding to my backlog on Hell, and it's already a long backlog. I'm curious, as we go through this, for people that have watched State of Play today, again, in chat, let us know what game are you excited about. The next one was Tides of Annihilation from Eclipse Glow Games. It looked like a wild game. It was a fast-paced third-person shooter. One that you said you like some of the anime stuff. Digimon is coming out with a new game. I did not even know Digimon was still a thing, man. Is Digimon
dude.
something up your alley, or?
Dude, okay, when I was a kid, definitely. Not anymore nowadays, but I mean, I'll check it out for sure. I would say the games that stood out for me personally would be Ghost of Yote, which is supposed to be a sequel to Ghost of Tsushima.
Mhm.
It looks super interesting. It looks more interesting than Assassin's Creed Shadows, so I'm gonna get that
That's
instead
not-
for sure.
Come on, man. You gotta give Ubisoft a chance.
Oh, dude, no, sir. I know, not at all, man. They have betrayed my trust in the past.
Oh,
And then the other one would be Metal Gear Solid Delta.
mhm.
Are you a Metal Gear Solid fan, Greg?
No, I am terrible at sneaking games. I always download Metal Gear Solid. I bought a PlayStation 2 specifically to play Metal Gear Solid 2 and turn and hide in a box. But I am just bad at those games. I want to be good. I'm just bad at them now.
Definitely. We have some people in the chat excited for AC Shadows. Hey, to each their own, right? Not really my thing, but if you guys like it, no problem at all. Awesome, Greg.
They
Perfect.
also announced the Sonic game, which I love Sonic, man. Sonic, since the Sonic movies have come out, just had this whole resurgence of Sonic everywhere, and Mario needs some competition. I know they're friends now, but come on, man. Mario needs some competition. You got Astrobot on PlayStation, you got Sonic everywhere, you got Mario on Nintendo, and I guess Xbox needs someone. They need a platformer. But
They do. I mean, they have the rare platformers, right? Like Banjo-Kazooie and all those games.
nah, those never made it over to Xbox, unfortunately. Maybe in like the old 64 days, like the early ports, but they never built anything new, which is a pity because that is a great IP to be sitting on.
For sure, 100%. Awesome, guys. That sounds good. What about the PSN outage? It seems that there was an outage.
Oh man, for PlayStation players, it was a rough Friday night and Saturday. Out of all days of having an outage, I feel like you get home from work on a Friday night, you order dinner, you maybe grab a drink if that's your thing, and you just want to play video games all night. At least that's what I remember when I was growing up. That's what I wanted to do. I think about 4 o'clock on Friday, 4 o'clock Eastern, the PlayStation network just went down, and there was no communication from Sony about the matter. And it's wild because in a world where communication is key, right? And every studio is trying to do whatever they can to inform players what's happening. You have one of the most major players in the console market go down. People couldn't play. Some of the games worked, but anything that had to connect to online connectivity, anything that had anything to do with online was completely out. And there was not a single word from Sony over 24 hours of an outage. And the last time it happened, I think it was 2011 or just down for 26 days. Nothing. Finally, about a night, Saturday, came back online. People had short memory again, and so every 5 days on hell there. And were you
generation player? I only play or so like when the Switch 2 comes out, I'm gonna get that. I was not affected, but I know some of my friends were. We have some comments in the chat from Carbon Fiber Game Music. I think that's Agustin. Agustin, what's up, man? He said he had no problems with the PSN in Taiwan, but he doesn't play online. So, Agustin, come on, bro.
Play online, man. It's the way of the future. Where are you at?
It is the way of the future for sure. Yeah, Greg. I remember, 2011, something like that. I mean, has Xbox Live ever experienced an outage?
Oh, yeah, quite a few. Xbox is known for going down every once in a while, but they're usually very good with communication, letting people know what is happening, right? Again, communication and stuff like that, whether you be the major console maker or just an indie dev that's building a game and having people jump online, right? You build communities, you build out these entire ecosystems to help provide these updates to players. And if you're not providing those updates, you leave them hanging on a Friday night when all game they do. And it's also affected people that hooked up their Sony accounts to their computers. So if you were trying to log in to play Spider-Man 2 through the PSN network, which they tried to force on people back when, I forgot what game came out, and they tried to force it. It may have been Ghost of Tunisia.
Ghost of Tsushima, yes.
Yeah, when it came out, they tried to force everyone into the PSN network, and that would have affected them as well. So it kind of shows that maybe it was best not to let that be controlled by a single person, a single point of failure.
100%. Greg, you are cooking, my friend. Communication, I mean, as a person who does marketing, communication is key. You are cooking, my friend. Yeah, hopefully, at least, they gave people something, that's understandable. But Sony, please improve your communications for next time.
And Lancelot Plays is saying it, right? He's never seen so many memes. It's because people couldn't play. What else are they going to do with their time? They're just going to make memes to just clown on PlayStation because that's all they got going for them.
Hey, man. Yeah. I mean, at least we have humor to cope with it, right?
Yeah.
Awesome.
So, who are we talking to tonight on Hell?
All right. So, tonight we are talking to two very special people. We are talking to Monday from Leap of Faith Studios. That would be your guest. And then the Jennifer from Filament Games, which you have interviewed previous podcast. Very excited for that. But to the interview, guys, we have a very Paul with you guys. So, here, according to a Rockstar Games leak, the total budget for GTA 6 will be roughly $2 billion. This is 10 times more than GTA 5's and 4 times more than Red Dead Redemption 2, which I believe currently is the most expensive game ever made. Or Call of Duty, either one of those, right? Game analysts suggest that due to the rising cost of game development, inflation, and all these things that are affecting the marketplace, they suggest that games will likely cost $80 to $100 in order for market growth to occur. My question for you guys is the following. Would you pay $80 to $100 for a video game? Yes or no? Like Backstreet Boys would say, tell me why. All right.
I want to call out a fun point here on Hell, something that maybe you're not familiar with.
Yes.
The day there was the Sega Genesis, it was probably before your time. Do you know how much money a Sega Genesis game cost?
I had no idea, Greg.
A Sega Genesis game back in 1993 cost $49.99. Now, is
And
that?
adjusted for inflation, how much is that?
I don't know. I'm not doing that math right now. What kind of question is that? Who asks that? But knowing that, what are we? 22 years later, games have went up what, like $10 to $15, and yeah, that's a good amount of money. Is it that crazy?
Yeah, that is a very good question. That's very reasonable. Producer, if we can please see the poll one more time. I want to see what people are saying. Let's see that poll one more time. All right, Greg, 3 people voted. 1 person said yes. 2 people said no. All right, let us see why. Okay, so yeah, so Carbon Fiber Games Music, he said yes, it depends on the game. Interesting.
I think that's fair, and I think Lancelot Plays brings a great point, right? Not just updates included, right? Because we know GTA is going to have some sort of new shark coin involved as well, right? So like, they're going to make a lot of money off that. So like, I feel like they could probably give the game away for cheaper and make it all back up on the back end, right? So I don't know.
Exactly.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah, definitely. In my humble opinion, I think it, like Agustin said, it really depends on the game. Like, for example, I'm a huge Persona fan. So if like Persona 6 is $80, I'm gonna get it no matter what. But if it's a game that I'm not really interested in, obviously not. Greg, would you pay $80 to $100 for a video game?
Odds are no, but GTA is GTA, you know. If
It
Red Dead
is.
Redemption 3 came out at the same, like, there's a few studios that you kind of trust, all right? And if they're gonna charge you $80, they're gonna charge you, and it's a lot of money. Like, I once spoke to Thaddeus Sasser. He's the game director for Marvel Rivals.
Shout
And
outs
he
to
told
Thad.
me he looks at games as, I think he said, $1 an hour. So if he can get 60 hours out of a game, he's happy to spend 60 hours. I can tell you GTA is probably going to get a couple hundred hours out of me. So in my mind, I think it's a fair price, but I don't think Rockstar would actually do that. I do think the how do I say this? I think the demographic wouldn't pay a lot of money up front, but I think they would continuously spend money once they have the game. It's a lot easier to say, I'm going to spend $5 for shark coins than it is to say, I'm going to buy $100 game. So I think it's all a mindset, right? And what they do. And it's going to be very interesting to see how it turns out.
Dude, you're so right. Especially my nephews and myself included, we're very big fans of Fortnite. And yeah, it's a free-to-play game, but all the V-Bucks those guys get, man, Fortnite's making a fortune out of my nephews. So
And it's free, right?
free. There you go. Awesome, Greg. Let's check the comments real quick. We have a comment from Evan Smine 8. He said, or this person said, the only games I'd ever pay $100 would be The Last of Us title or GTA 6. Any other game? No. Space Mollusk said, I remember when my parents would let me buy Nintendo 64 game for being the angel that I am. Prices were like $59.99. That's way before my time. Yep, 100%. All right. Greg, I think that would be it for our poll. Should we go to our first interview?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's
talk
do
to
it.
you again soon.
Before the withering, the leaves danced in endless summers. Life flourished in every valley, every grove. Now, plague and corruption twist where gardens once bloomed. World remembers what we took for granted. Into I find a different kind of strength.
am here with Monday Atuanu, one of the co-founders of Leap of Faith Studios. Monday, welcome to the lab. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thanks for having me.
You have such a cool background, and I'm envious. I always get people say, "Oh, I like your signs," and I appreciate that. But look at you. You got like 16, 18, probably more Xbox controllers. You got every VR headset I've ever seen behind you. You got the whole Power Rangers symbol behind you. It's awesome.
No, I appreciate it. It's 32 controllers. It's a mix of Xbox and PlayStation. It's a lot. They go all the way up the wall, but we don't have to get into all that. I appreciate it. This is my shrine to technology, and then of course Power Rangers. Just I'm a Tommy Oliver fan. My heart breaks. But
Rest in
yeah.
peace, poor little your drink out for
Yeah,
Tom.
but
My question:
no.
the stuff behind you, VR, is it all just kind of for show?
Oh no, it's definitely not for show. The other side of my desk is, so the basement in our house is my area, and so I have like my whole like area to play VR there. So I definitely get my like Beat Saber in, and there's a few other games that I always go back to. I love the VR boxing games. I don't know why. They're like typically the simplest ones, but I love boxing in VR.
Yeah, man, it's a good way to work out a sweat, and really get your heart pumping there.
Absolutely.
So, Monday from Leap of Faith Studios. Before you went to Leap of Faith, you worked at Bungie, and you decided, hey, you know what? It's time to start my own studio. Was there like a mental moment where it just clicked and you're like, all right, it's my time. I'm going to go shoot my shot. Like, what made that happen?
I mean, honestly, what made it happen was me and our co-founder for Leap of Faith, Robert Byer. We had already been kind of exploring making our own game, which is Project Haven, our crafting survival game. And as we were going through the learning process of, okay, let's learn how to make an inventory system and let's learn how to make a building system, this game really started to form and shape. And Robert brought together this really cool backstory on this world. And so when everything happened and we decided to really set out on our own with Leap of Faith, we were like, really, we were already so deep into, our growing, relationship with this game and this IP that we were like, of course, we're not just going to let it die. Like, we want to keep doing it and we want to do it for ourselves. And this could definitely be a title that you can set a studio up on, because there's so much in the story of the world and how we're changing the mechanics of the crafting survival genre that, this game might be the base game to all the other expansions. And thinking through that, we're like, yo, this might have something, and it's just been exciting. But it really came from, taking that leap, really believing in ourselves, having, a little bit of faith in ourselves and taking the chance and taking the risk.
I love it. And you mentioned Haven, you mentioned Coven, right? And something you talked about earlier to me was that Haven is a product. That's the product that Leap of Faith is working on right now. Coven is a project. How do you separate those two mentally? What does that mean to you? And how do you work on both of those projects?
Yeah. So I think I might not have mentioned it clearly, but so Coven is my personal project. So really how I define those two is I look at Coven as a project because I'm still very like shooting at the hips. Like Coven is the Wild Wild West. Anything I dream of, I put in the game. For anyone who's played it, they've seen some really crazy characters that exist in that game, some really crazy, worlds. And, every playtest, I'm like, oh yeah, there's new enchantment cards and there's new this and there's new that. And there's no validation or rhyme or reason. It's truly just me having fun with that platform. Really me and my daughter, she gave me the idea for the last two characters that went into the game. So it's truly like anything we dream of, we put in that. But it's a project. We can have fun. With Project Haven, that is our studio's product. So anything we do, we really need to make sure it's validating. Is it fun? Is it doing something that the players are asking for? Is it leading them towards the end goal? We can still be creative and have fun and do all those things, but it's something that a lot of people get stuck on. When they're making a project, it's very near and dear to their heart. And so you're making it for yourself. It's an extension of who you are. But a product needs to be an extension of you that caters and kind of appeals to a broader audience. So not everything that you dream of can be in this game, because that might not appeal to everyone. And when you start saying, we were just talking about GTA. When you start wanting people to pay you $100 for the game, you really have to make sure it's something that the masses would want to pay $100 for, not just you and your best friend.
You said a lot there. That's awesome. I really wanted to, well, I meant good stuff, right? Not just a lot.
Oh,
You said a lot, but good stuff. But one thing I really loved, and one of my mentors, Ed Hartman, once told me that no one wants to call their baby or their product ugly. And the reason I say that is, you have this dream for a game and you want to build a game. And some people live in a vacuum and they say, I'm going to build this game because this is what I want. But it may not be what other players want to play. And it's good to just get a check or a pulse from the community to say, hey, is this something fun, right? Like, it's great if you want to play your game, and there's a great chance that if you want to play your game, others will want to play your game. But it's super important to ask other people, like, am I heading in the right direction? Is there something that I may want to add to this or not add to this? And I think that's a great thing. And the other thing that I really love is that with Coven, you're getting feedback from your daughter. And I think that it's the coolest thing in the world. I mean, I have to imagine she's probably the toughest playtester you'll ever have in any game you ever make. So does she ever give you feedback on stuff? Does she watch you play the game? Does she play the game?
Oh, all the time. And to elaborate on your point, so for Coven, right now I do like a monthly dev playtest, and it's very loose. It's like, hey, the 12 people who are in my server, let's get in and let's play the game. My daughter is always at the top of the leaderboard, or like my friend Molly. There's like a whole like rivalry going on between my friend Kareem and then actually the alchemist Rick, who's been part of the group for a while. They have like this rivalry going. But that feedback again is very loose. Like, we're having fun. They're still giving me points and bugs and things like that. But when we play test Haven, it's a very different approach. We need to make sure we're play testing with the demographic group that's going to play the game. So feedback on a crafting survival game from a group of people who play Super Smash Brothers probably isn't going to be valid feedback that's going to help us move this product forward. So when we get feedback on that game, we're looking for people who either are familiar with this genre or play this genre and can really help us create actionable items based off of that feedback. So it really goes down to, like, even in the feedback mindset, like, yes, you want to get the game out there, you want people playing it, all the points you made, but like, as you're getting feedback back for your product, how are you going to action on that, and what does it mean to the product that you're trying to create? Versus, with with Coven, like, somebody could tell me like, hey, I wish the electricity spell did double damage, and I would just go into Unity and make that happen and say like, hey, is this what you wanted? They'd be like, yeah, it's a one-hit kill now. And I'm like, cool, let's go.
So I want to focus on Haven, but my last thing on Coven is, I know we're trying to work with you and Rick to do a live stream of one of the games. I would love to see Rick get his butt kicked by your daughter in Coven if we're able to do that. That would just be perfect. But going back to the bigger picture here, what's more important here is, you've made this big jump. Bungie's an awesome studio. They've made Halo, they've made they're making Marathon, they made Destiny, right? And you decide, you know what, I'm going to just shoot my shot. Leap of Faith comes into the picture. As you've gone through this process, have you encountered something that you wish you knew something ahead of the time? Like, hey, I didn't really think about this. Maybe it's marketing. Maybe it's something else. Like, did you think that you knew everything? Then all of a sudden you're like, oh crap, I don't know this.
Ooh. So we definitely didn't go from a place of we know everything. One of the things that we did very, like, almost immediately, like, me and Robert decided we wanted to make Leap of Faith, and the next thing we did was we need advisors to help fill all the things that we know we don't know. So we have a group of 8 advisors that help us on everything from like engineering to marketing. But really, the thing that has been eye-opening to me is almost getting, like, it's going to sound weird, but getting comfortable putting big numbers in your mouth, because from a business mindset, $10 million is not that much for a business when you're thinking about headcount and FTEs and legal and all of these things. And so going into like VC and publisher conversations and really having to be very confident and very like straightforward when they're asking like, how much does it cost to make this game? And being like, it's going to cost us $15 million. And like knowing that that's a reasonable number for them and it needs to feel confident and comfortable coming out of your mouth. It took a while. I had my Shark Tank moment when we were talking to one of the first people to give us like an opportunity to talk with them when they were asking like, okay, run us through your pitch deck. What makes your game different and all these things. And it really is like that elevator pitch, that 30 seconds of attention that you have. And like all of that it just took a while. And it's one of those things where until you do it, it's not something that's comfortable. Even if you practice in front of the mirror for hours and hours, it's something about standing across from someone that literally could have a check in their back pocket that could make all your hopes and dreams come true, but you have to convince them that you deserve the check that they want to give you.
Have you put thought into what skill sets that maybe you don't love? Maybe business isn't your thing. Like if you're going to bring on someone else onto the team, is it going to be someone that's an engineer, or is it going to be someone that's more of a business side?
Oh, it's an artist, not even an engineer. So I come from operations management. I don't have an MBA, but I know enough about business to be dangerous, in my opinion. And again, we have like advisors to help fill those gaps. Robert has a really lengthy experience in operations as well, but we are not artists. Like Robert can do some amazing things with like shaders and some models, but having an artist that can help bring our art direction to life is definitely the gap that we probably, and going back to your question, like I wish we would have done that like as step 3, like form the studio, get advisors, find an artist or find a few artists. Because when you look at some of these games, I think it's the last Berserker Kazan or the first Berserker Kazan that's coming out. It has a very unique art style that I love because it's a mix of cell shading and non-cell shading, but that's an artist doing that. And like I can look at that and I could try to find asset packs that kind of like manipulate it, but it's different from having someone in-house that knows how to do that and can do it for you. So yeah, if you know any artists, please send them our way because we are open to conversations.
When you think about that first pitch, that first Shark Tank moment, and you think about what you would do differently, is it still maybe having an artist to help create some concept art for the deck? Is there something else that you would go back and say, if I could do this again, I would do this one thing different?
It would be the concept arts, but from a lot of the conversations, one of the things that's come up that's kind of like a common thread is the VC or the publisher, whoever you're talking to the game about, almost needs to feel transported into that world. They need to be able to like see it and hear it. And like even one person said, like, I want to be able to like almost taste it. Like if you say that it's by the ocean side, I want to like taste the sea salt in the air and all these things. And that comes from having like a really strong like visual experience, or even if you know that there's going to be like certain music and stuff, like having that audio experience built in. Because right now, like me and Robert are very technical. So we love programming. We spend a lot of time with like systems and mechanisms for like this world that we're creating. And that's great. But when you get into how does this game make players feel and why do they want to go into it for hours and hours, very few players are like, oh, I play Division 2 because I love the loot pool system and I love how loot drops work and the DPS. Like you have some players that love that, but most of the time, even for Diablo 4, they're like, I love the world. I love the characters. I love the narrative, the story, the feelings I get when I can escape into these worlds. So I would definitely invest more in creating a pitch deck for the game and for the studio that created that sense of escapism that they could, escape into as we were giving them our elevator pitch.
Part of me knew Monday was going to mention the Division 2. I know that's the game that got him into this whole industry that really was that pushing point. But before, not even on that, I keep staring behind you and I see the 3 lenses of the Quest 3, and I'm curious. You started off kind of this whole journey in VR, and forget the whole development side, the creation side of it, right? Mm-hmm. What was the first experience in VR that you had that truly blew your mind?
It was probably, for anyone who knows about this, they'll probably roll their eyes, but the one that blew my mind the most was actually, it's a simple VR experience called The Plank, where you put on the headset and it was just a wooden plank over like the balcony of a skyscraper. And I used to watch people on YouTube and everything like be on their hands and knees in VR, like freaking out. And I was like watching it and I was like, there's no way that this, silly headset can make people think that they're, hundreds of feet above ground. And so the first time I ever put on a VR headset was at an arcade and they had it and they had the plank there. And I was like, let me try it. And so the guy was like, put on the headset and, literally you're walking on like a really thin gymnastics pad that's like 3 inches off the ground. But I put on the headset and as soon as I did that and opened my eyes, I was on my hands and knees. I was like, oh my gosh, this is terrible. Like, I'm so high up. I could hear my wife's voice behind me saying like, Monday, get up, you're fine. And I was like, no, Like, I don't know what's happening, but my brain is telling me if you sway, you will die. So I'm on my hands and knees. And, I took off the headset and I had moved like 3 centimeters. And I was like, yeah, I need every version of this. I need to know how people do this. I need to make these experiences. So yeah, I have like all the headsets. That's like a VR haptic vest there. I have VR haptic gloves. I have it all. I am addicted to that immersion. Again, going back to that sense of escapism, like video games, traditional video games, you can escape by like letting your mind drift into these worlds and the narratives. But in VR, like everything is telling you that you're there. And especially with like the haptic stuff, like when you can feel yourself getting shot or feel yourself lifting something up with the gloves, I'm like, you're there. Like there is no other form of escapism, and I love every second of it.
I think that's such a great answer. I could see in the back room, Angel looked like he was almost about to cry on that answer, just how funny it was. For those of you that are listening on our chat, right? Have you had that VR experience that really blew your mind? I think as simple as mine is, it was Beat Saber, just the fluid movements,
Yes.
the music, the beats. Like, not only that, like you work up a sweat. And I just think, I thought to myself, it would be the greatest workout tool. And then I realized I don't want to wear a giant mask
Yeah.
while working out. But it just was such a great experience and so much fun to play.
Absolutely.
I want to talk Bungie. I know you worked on Marathon and you got to see it evolve over time, which is awesome because not many people can say that. And you were there for Destiny and everything. And I'm curious, as the Xbox fan of the group, right? Is there any Halo DNA still left at Bungie? It seems like based on the game's look and feel, it still exists. But like, did you have a sense of it?
I think people who were there long enough, who were there for the Halo days, kind of like bring that same like feelings and things there. And there's like remnants, maybe not in the code, maybe not in the game, but like you hear people saying like, oh, remember back when, and this and this, and like there's no hate around like Halo and Master Chief. Like it's not like the studio doesn't talk about him. But I think and this is me completely like taking a step away from it a little bit, but like the sense of exploration and creativity that created Halo when a game like that didn't exist before, that 100% still exists at Bungie. Destiny has been around for 10 plus years, and I know some people have different terms of success, but it's existed. Like in a world where a lot of other games cease to exist in months, weeks, days, sometimes, Destiny is still here. They're still putting out content. Heresy is out. And from what I can see, that there's a good group of people that really love playing it. Marathon is still out there. I can't wait to hear more about it. So those creatives and that community that was able to create Halo and create this void of like, this is what we want a game and a community to be based off of, 200% lives. And so I think that's the Halo legacy within Bungie, the studio now.
Awesome. I just kind of looking at our chat. Sorry for going back to the topic, but what are some of those VR games that blew people's mind? We have Half-Life Alyx, which I need to play, but I don't like scary game. I feel like I just say I don't like every type of game, and that's not true. But Half-Life Alyx seems really, really creepy, especially being VR. I see The Climb, which is great. Thanks to Space Nautilus. I see K Griffarts, like Tilt Brush, great stuff.
Yes, yeah.
Arkham Shadows, Straw Hat Angel. I've heard great things about Arkham Shadows.
Arkham Shadows was great. I don't know how they were able to translate the Arkham game into VR that successfully. There is some witchcraft and magic going on because everything that I know about developing for VR says that game shouldn't work, but they pulled it off and it is amazing. Like it's so good.
They should dedicate some of that time back to making a real Arkham game on the system again rather than a VR experience.
Hey, who knows? It could be coming.
It could be. I mean, WB is a mess right now. They need that Hail Mary by putting it out there. I got one last question for you today, Monday, and it's a basic one. What's on the horizon for Leap of Faith? What are you looking for? Where can we find you as players, and what can we do to help you?
Yeah. So what's next? Our biggest milestone to date, we are exhibiting at GDC. So we're really excited to be there. With that, we're going to be bringing our Project Haven GDC build. Fingers crossed, but we are right around the corner of having our multiplayer completely working. So we're going to be able to get up to 12 people in, playing the game, trying to survive. It's going to be a true, if you played like Don't Starve Together, Ark, Icarus, like that experience of playing together and existing in this world is what we're bringing to GDC. And it's continual. So players can come, they can play the game. And even once they leave the booth, we're hoping that that's the build that we also have on Steam so people can really start engaging with this game that we're creating. You can get in contact with us. Our website has a link to the Steam demo for Project Haven. It also has our contact us page. If you're an artist watching this, please reach out. We're looking at ArtStation portfolios or resumes. We really are looking for artists very heavily. And yeah, really from the community, we're not looking for playtesters quite yet. We still have some things to do with our multiplayer servers. But once those are up and running, I'm definitely going to be reaching out to, the alchemists in the lab to definitely jump in, give us that true focused feedback with those actionable events, and just fall in love with the world that Robert and I and the rest of the Leap of Faith team has really grown to love ourselves.
I love it. We will link everything in the lab show notes. As long as we could all team up and beat up on Rick, it will 100% be there as well. But yes. I love it, man. Monday, I love always talking to you. I love hearing your story. I love the excitement you have and the true passion. And I thank you so much for joining us today.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Angel, welcome back. You recover from that. First of all, I think he's going to sing some Miley Cyrus "Climb" for us, but you recover from that segment? I can't hear you, man. Yeah, Angel's talking, but he's muted, so we're gonna have.
Sorry, guys, my bad. Here. I was saying I was laughing my ass off when I was hearing Monday's story about the plank. I mean, it's so immersive, right? I mean, yeah, it's not real, but it tricks your brain. Like it tricks the depth. You can really feel you're up there, dude. It's scary.
It's something I should have asked is I have a Quest 2. Are the graphics in the Quest 3 that much better? Are we going to get to a point where parity? And he's nodding over there. So the answer is yes, it's that much better. Now my wife's going to yell at me because I'm going to want to buy a Quest 3 and use it 3 times.
Dude, I have the 3S. It's pretty good. And it's like $300. It's pretty good.
I think we are going to check the poll one last time.
All right, let's see how it goes. Oh, 1, 2. Oh, still the same. All right.
Good thing we jumped back to it here. That's good.
Yeah, Greg, I was going to say I really enjoyed your interview with Monday. It was really good. And Monday was one of the first guests that I had in Flamma. And dude, I have seen Monday's growth from just leaving Bungie and starting his business. And now he's like a CEO doing his thing, dude. Is dude, he's killing it. And now going to GDC and doing all those things. Dude, chat, can I please get a W for Monday? Just give us a W, guys. Give us a W.
Not only that,
such a good job.
As you're talking, Monday and I and Augustine, we're all going to be at GDC. So we are going to grab a drink or 2 or something or hang out. So if anyone in chat is going to GDC, be sure to hit us up as well. Let's get a little lab get together, grab a little lab drink, and all meet up and say hi.
Yes, sir. I mean, there's a chance I'm a go. So if I'm there,
dude, not a chance. It's happening. Even if you walk 8 hours.
All right. Okay, Greg, I hear you, man. I hear you. Awesome, guys. Now let's go to Cassandra's section, Lab News with Cassandra. Cassandra?
Right. Hey guys, what's up? It's me, Cassandra. Welcome back to this week's What's Going On Around the World, and I'm bringing you the latest game events and then the community updates. Well, first of all, let's look at Europe. So first we have UK, right? So we have a Yorkshire Game Festival that has been kicked off on this Monday, and it's a 2-week event and will go all the way to February 23rd. And this event hosting National Science and Media Museum in Bradfield, England. And this event is featuring game talks like from industry experts, games showcase, and game nights. And then for all the game developers or industry expert, if you go on their website, there's actually an application form that you can submit to reserve a spot to showcase your game, or if you want to reserve your little talk. And for all the gamers and for the people who want to go to this exhibit, this event is free. You just need to reserve your time slot and then reserve a ticket. And yeah, remember this event is going on 2 weeks. Don't forget to check it out. Well, next we have Denmark. So Copenhagen Gaming Week is happening tomorrow till Saturday this week. Well, it is a major gaming and esport event held in Copenhagen, Denmark. When I say major, it's major. So we'll see a rich agenda all the way from like live esports tournament, or you will see some live shows from the game industry YouTubers and content creators. And also there are developer showcase or just like the major company showcase. So, and then all the games are featuring here is like from all the genres, for example, board games, esports game, or interactive games. So you go there, you will probably go into different gaming booths to experience, different different type of game, and then like you can see the latest technology and all that. And then also another thing is major company like AMD, Nintendo, Lenovo will also be in this gaming week. Will showcase their latest hardware and technology. So, and they will also have a booth in there. So if I'm there, I'm just going to Nintendo, be like, when is Switch 2? Yeah, and will it have an OLED screen? That would be my question. So yeah, so definitely some event to watch out for. All right, so next let's go to Middle East. So we have a WN conference in Abu Dhabi. It happens yesterday and it will also happening today, 2-day event. The audience is a little bit different. This is a high-level deal-making event, which means will be more about, like talent management, game publishing investment. So as you guys know, that Middle East recently has become a really like fast-growing, like market. Specifically, Middle East have the government funding support and private sector investing, and also the location itself because it's in center of the central time zone, and also this the travel visa restriction is less, especially for like Abu Dhabi. It's easy for foreigners to travel, so it starts becoming a gaming hub for like all this like business for the gaming industry. So definitely this is a event that that's going on this week in Middle East that people should watch out for. All right, so back to the US, we have DICE Summit. I believe like everybody's watching, and it already kicked off yesterday, and it will go all the way to tomorrow night. And this year's theme is Built to Last. I guess like you guys can tell from the theme title, it really are the top video game executive come together to discuss, how do we like innovate for longevity and like create with conscious, and then how do we build this game industry with sustainability, right? So especially nowadays with like new technology, with new techniques like AI coming in, it feels like every day we're embracing some technology that's new, but in our history, that one thing remains unchanged is change, right? So how do we, as a game industry, how do we incorporate this technology at the same time, like will this technology interrupt like the way we work together? So that's a really interesting topic I think everybody's talking about. So definitely I'm personally interested to listen to how the game industry executive react to the recent changes. Well, so then also for the gamers, also tomorrow night, the last day of DICE Summit, will be our 28th annual DICE Awards. It happens tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Pacific time, which is pretty late for our East Coast folks, 11. But I just also know lots of gamers are night owls like me, so I'll probably stay up for it. Especially like Or if they openly, if they will reveal the awards like one by one. I hope I can make all the way to Game of the Year. This year the nominees are Astrobot, Black Myth Wukong, Helldivers 2, Indiana Jones and Great Circle, and Balatro. So will Astrobot win again in Dice Award? So who knows? We will see tomorrow. Last but not least, I want to highlight a ongoing online event called Game Development. Well, it is a global open competition for game developers. So it has already been this competition has been ongoing for 13 years, and there are already 47,000 games competing. And then it have different categories. Well, you have like best indie game, best studio game, best hobby game, best student game, and then it have like awards prizes provided by Discord, Axola, Houdini. So definitely as a game developer, this is a great place to submit your game. And then more importantly, that when I go on the website, I've seen so many games like indie game and new games that are unreleased yet. So if you're a gamer, sometimes you're bored, you're like, what's coming up next? I want to check it out. Definitely just browse on their website. You will see like, oh, there's so many interesting things are in making. So so for either for gamer and developer, GDWC, Game Development World Championship, is something you should pay attention to as well. All right, that's it for my week. Well, I'll stay tuned and keep gaming.
All right, Cassandra.
Fun fact, Angel, I am a judge for the GDWC this year, and I've been playing all these different games now. And you know what? Playing a lot of games is really hard.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Any interesting games that you've played?
I don't really want to say the names of them yet. I feel like, not that anyone's going to contact me, but I feel like I got to keep the games I play close to my chest here. But there's a lot of great games. It's wild. Again, in the world of indie, like being able to play these games are fantastic. And there's great prizes that go along with them. And yeah, I can't stress enough. Playing a lot of games like that is hard and time consuming.
I can imagine, Greg. Yeah, and Cassandra, thank you so much for delivering that awesome information. For the DICE Awards, for the Game of the Year, there's multiple nominees. We have Astrobot, Balatro, Black Myth Wukong, Helldivers 2, and Indiana Jones. Greg, any favorite for you?
And it's not going to win, but Balatro is the Game of the Year. Easily. It came out of nowhere. It's one dude. Like, come on, man.
Really? Just one dude? One developer?
Local Thunk.
Dude.
Now you change your answer. I take back that Black Myth Wukong. What are you thinking?
Dude, all right. Before I answer, guys, please let us know in the comments. Out of all those games, which is your favorite? Let us know. We have Black Myth Wukong by Sword Brothers Sorios. We have Indie, Space Mollux's game. That's the one she likes. Anything else, guys? Any favorites? While we wait, Greg, I would say for me personally, I would say Black Myth Wukong. It's right up my alley in terms of action. I like games that are extremely hard. Pause. They're just my thing, dude.
Yeah, your Ninja Gaiden 2 Black is enough to say you like impossible games. You're just gonna double down on that, huh?
Dude, double down. And when I play those games, dude, I do the most difficult difficulty. That's what I do, man. Black Myth Wukong, not only because the art style, the level design, the combat design is very fun, because what it represents. I feel like usually we have this idea of, games are made either in America or in Japan or France. But now China is like, nah, we make cool games too. And I really love that. I love seeing emerging markets like that. And I would love to see other countries step up their game. So W Black Myth Wukong, in my personal opinion.
I would also just add a separate note. I forgot the name of the conference you said in the Middle East, but I've worked with a number of studios out of Saudi Arabia and different places in the Middle East, and some of them are Sandsoft and Steer. They're great studios with great people from different studios around the world. They're building up something great over there, and I think you're going to see some amazing games in the future come out from the Middle East. It's fun. We did a big talk with Ben Koalo at
Mhm.
Gamescom to talk about where games come from, and it was Ben from the Midwest, and we had someone from Sandstuff from the Middle East, and they were just both talking
Right.
about how the Midwest has lots of talent, but not that much money, and the Middle East has a lot of money and then not that much talent. And it's fascinating to see how these two places operate and how they can work together to build something together.
Dude, I love it. I love this new age of having people from a diverse background building games, bringing different ideas. The whole idea, like, games are not monopolized anymore. Anyone can make a game. That's a complete W in my opinion. We have
Definitely.
some comments in the chat. Sword Brother Sorius, he says, or this person says, I'm biased with loving Journey to the West. Good story. But regardless, the devs really they did a very good job. They put love, care, and thought and passion into the source material. 100%. Awesome, guys. Before we go to our next interview, I have a poll that I want to ask you. So here is the poll, guys. You know, this question is a little bit controversial, but I think controversial questions are fun. You know, they bring the flair, right? The question is the following, guys. Are game reviews important when considering the purchase of a game? Yes? No? Tell us why. Is that 7 in IGN, at an IGN review, important for you when you buy a game? Let us know.
Specifically IGN, is that what we're going with? Is an IGN review important, or a Rick review?
It can be anything, dude. I'm just saying IGN because that's the meme, right? Everyone gets a 7.
Yeah.
Awesome. We have a couple of yeses. All right. What else? All right. While we wait for the answers, Greg, let me ask you, are game reviews important for you before purchasing a game?
Game reviews are important to me because, especially in the age where games are being released before they're truly complete. Again, if I'm going to spend $60 today or maybe $80 tomorrow on GTA, I'd like to know the game's in a working state. I don't mind if it's a work in progress. Redfall is a great example. I was hyped about Redfall. One of my favorite games of all time is Prey. And I was like, nice, another Arcane game. It's going to be great. And I was ready to go. And then I checked the review and you see it's got like a 4. And you're just like, ooh, maybe I need to take a minute and think about this. So, yeah, they are important.
Gotcha. 100%. For me personally, so I would say yes and no, in the sense, it depends who makes a review. But something that, so before, when I was like in high school or whatever, I used to watch IGN reviews all the time, and I was like, oh, if IGN says this game is a 9, I should like it. And then I played those games and not really my thing. Then Alien Isolation came out, and they gave Alien Isolation a 5.9, I believe, out of 10. And I'm like, dude, what the heck? But then I bought Alien Isolation when it came out, dude. $60. I got it, and I'm like, this is one of the best games I've ever played. So I say take reviews with a grain of salt, right? You never know. Let's read the comments one more time.
If you are voting, please put exclamation point vote and then yes or no. Twitch is a fickle beast.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Greg.
Let's see if we can surpass last poll with 3 votes. But it seems like it can go yes either way.
Yes. And Greg, we have another comment from Sword Brother Sorius. IGN gave Dragon Age the Veilguard 9 out of 10, while giving Black Myth Wukong 8 out of 10. Meditate on that.
So some people like young adult fiction when it comes to their gameplay. Who knows? And the thing is, no defense of IGN here, right? But like, everyone has different taste, right? At the end of the day, and IGN should know this and put someone that likes the game to play that game, right? But like, 2 flavors of ice cream are going to be perceived differently from everyone. Video games are going to be perceived differently from everyone. So, still play what you like. Just proceed with caution.
100%. Curiosity will always win. Space Moloch says, I feel the same way about a movie. I need to see it myself, regardless of what other people think. 100%. Make your own judgments, right? All right. Awesome. Thank you, guys. That was a very cool poll. Thank you for participating. Let us go to our second interview. But before that, we are going to show you a video.
All right, guys, we have our second guest here. We have Jennifer from Filament Games. Jennifer, welcome to the lab. Jen, can you hear me? Yeah, Jennifer, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Awesome. We had a little hiccup. It's all good. We have Jennifer from Filament Games. Jennifer, welcome to the lab.
Well, thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
My pleasure, definitely. So, Jennifer, I wanted to ask you, in Filament Games, there is on your website, there's a very interesting tagline. And the tagline is basically that you guys create playful experiences that can improve people's lives. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's our mission statement actually for our company is that we make games that improve people's lives. So, yeah, I think we think of ourselves like a video game studio like everyone else. I think we want people to have a great time. We make immersive experiences. We think about the narrative, the characters, the action, the gameplay. But we hold ourselves to being accountable to one more thing, which is we judge our success of the game if the player has transformed by playing the game. So they either learn something they didn't know before and now they know it, or they feel activated to go take action in their community, or they've learned a new skill, or they now know how to have better, healthier behaviors. So yeah, we're here to change the world with video games.
Change the world with video games. I love that. I can definitely resonate with that mission statement. Jennifer, I want to piggyback on Monday's comment earlier. He was talking about VR and video games as being escapism, basically. And I think that would be like a very I would just like the main opinion of video games. Video games are escapism, something that you play after you come home from work to like unwind or have fun with your friends. It's more of like a leisure activity. But your games are sort of like anti-escapism games.
We can say that. We like to think the people still have a good time playing them, but yeah, our purpose is really clear, which is we use video games as a tool to make things happen in the real world. Like we do care about the experience that you have in the game while you're playing it, but like the most important thing is that people come away with something different and that they can apply what they've learned in the real world.
I love it, definitely. So you make it fun, but you also make it something that they can take home with. It's like knowledge or a skill or something.
And that's the holy grail of what we do. When we get it right, that's definitely we're hitting on all cylinders.
Beautiful. So I know you have made educational games about like media literacy, civics, games about robotics. I also heard you make like a MRI game.
Yeah, that was a really cool project we were able to do with a startup from the Midwest. They were a medical equipment company looking at improving the MRI experience for children. One of the hardest things for children is to lie still during an MRI, and a lot of these children with really complicated conditions, sometimes their appointment can be over an hour of images. And if you've ever gotten an MRI, these rooms are really sterile. It's full of huge medical equipment. You're kind of confined, and then you're told not to move. I don't know about you, but as soon as someone tells me not to do something, it's all I want to do. So they were looking at, well, how can we make the experience more positive for the pediatric patient and at the same time make it more efficient and reduce healthcare costs? Well, their first trials were with just an animated video, and what they did is they mount a screen in the site of the MRI patient, kind of attached to the MRI machine, and they would play a video, and then that's connected to the sensor data. And what would happen is the kid would be able to watch the video, but then if they moved even slightly, the video would fade. So then they knew, oh, if I want to keep watching the video, I have to stay still. And they saw really great results just with the video. So then their next idea was like, well, what happens if we made a game and, you could play this game, and the more you stay still, the more the game that would move forward. So that's exactly what we did. We ended up making 2 games for them. One was like an enchanted forest. Then the more you laid still, the more like different magical things would happen in the forest. And the other one was kind of a dark, luminous cave. So that felt more like you were moving through a cave, and then as soon if you moved even a little, like the motion would stop. And we would always build in things like checkpoints, and there's always something in the distance teasing you to want to keep going. So yeah, there's a first time for everything, and that was definitely the first time that we built designed a video game that could be controlled with your body laying still.
That is amazing. I don't think I've ever heard of something like that. Uh, I would love to know more about. I know you've made the trailer that we showed before, Some Assembly Required. It's a VR game and it teaches people about robotics. And in our previous conversation, you said that it helped people from schools that didn't really have the funding to like have a robotics class and stuff like that. How did that game help those schools?
Yeah, well, that was the whole premise when we approached the National Science Foundation, and we put in a grant with first talking about the problem, which is robotics traditionally has been an after school activity for most schools, or an activity that you partake in, um, that really is always attracted to kind of richer schools, rich school districts. And it's the kind of thing that gets passed on and kind of has stayed with kind of um, you know, more wealthy students, usually Caucasian, and usually where, there are multiple generations. It's like the dad or the mom is coaching the robotics team because they did it when they were kids. So really, to break that cycle, there were a couple big problems about traditional robotics. Like, first all, just the equipment and the pieces of parts are expensive. There's a limited number of them, and they get lost and broken and need repair. So there's the whole just part of a physical kit is, a fixed asset. I think the second thing that's really hard for a lot of these robotics teams is for a student to learn robotics, you have to have an adult in the room that understands robotics. And we're trying to break kind of this generational thing of like, well, what happens if you're a school that, your physics teacher or your computer science teacher never did robotics because they came from a different kind of background. And then suddenly we could fix that by creating a game that over time teaches you how to do robotics, with a variety of different challenges and levels. Like, that's what games are really good at, is taking really complex problems and breaking them down into the most elementary parts. And our game, you start off, you do one simple thing, and the game claps for you and throws confettis and kind of 99.9% sure you're going to get it. And then they're like, okay, you're good. Let's add something new. And over time, when you play Some Assembly Required, by the end, you can pretty much go from playing that game to being dropped in front of a real robotics kit and do it in a physical space. It's pretty amazing.
I love that. I love the whole aspect of giving people that don't really have the resources or the opportunity to have those classes. You give it to them and they can play with robotics, make some things. I really appreciate that. I love that. I was going to ask you, yeah, regarding your games, when I personally see something that's like education related, like edutainment or edtech,
Yeah.
I don't necessarily, and this is just me personally, I don't necessarily think like, oh, that's going to be a fun game. If I
Yeah.
know it's something regarding with education, I'm like, I don't know about that. How do you find the balance, like in your game design journey? How do you find the balance between delivering the education, the knowledge, and the skills you want to transmit to the player, but also making it fun and enjoyable?
That's such a great question. And you're right. Like, I'm in this industry, and I understand sometimes why people have that impressions, because you see both ends. You see educational game companies that put out games that they're so rigid about the learning and the curriculum, and they just want to get everything in about that subject, that essentially it becomes like slideware, or like there's just so much information jam packed in that there's no real mechanics involved. And then you get the opposite educational games, the opposite side of the spectrum, that these video game creators create these really fun games, and then but it's kind of this like, do all these programs, like do
Yeah.
all these word problems, and if
Right.
you get them right, well then you get to play our super fun game. And then if you do more word problems, you can get some stuff to trick out your avatar. But like the gameplay is divorced from the actual learning. So yes, you need to get the balance right of, we want games that are super engaging, motivating, that puts players in that perfect zone of proximal development, not too easy, not too hard. They feel supported, and kind of it's always just beyond their reach. So really engaging, but then it also has to be efficacious. Like we want to make sure that we're creating games that people are, challenged by the materials and makes them think. It's not just memory retention games like quiz shows, that we actually put them in the subject matter. So we actually have three main access points when we design educational games. The first one is identity. So a lot, most games ask you to step into the role of someone else. So for example, if you play Diner Dash, you step into the role of being a waitress, and for the game, you are the waitress. And suddenly, even if you're 10 years old and you've never been a waitress, you are grappling with what it means to be a waitress, which is serving customers, getting the right orders in to the right people, collecting the tips. Like you're suddenly thinking and behaving like a waitress. So we take that same paradigm and apply it to games. So, let's say, for example, obviously, if we're making a game about, like, we want you to learn robotics, we're going to put you in the role of being a roboticist. So then you get to like stand in the shoes of that person, and it not only allows you to build confidence in your ability to master the material, because you now see yourself as a roboticist. So that's one convention we use. We really think about your identity in the game, and we try to give you an identity that's super empowering and puts you in a place of confidence of being able to master the material. The
Yeah.
second thing we do is we think about the game mechanics. So one of the keys to transferring those skills into the real world is we look at what the objective is. So if your objectives is, for example, like one of the learning's objectives could be, you need to understand, you need to be able to divide fractions into a numerator and denominator, for example. So in the verb in that learning objective is divide. So then in the game, we're going to make you divide. So when we're working with someone new and they're like, okay, we have all of 8th grade science, what should we build a game? We're looking through those learning objectives to look at what are the most active verbs that they have to teach. And then we try to bring those verbs into the game. And then the third tool we use to make amazing games is just systems. Like we talked about this in the beginning, like we look for content that has complex systems, because we know video games are really good at like breaking them down and then scaffolding the player through the system. So that also makes really good context. But for us, the most important thing is what you do in the game matches what you're trying to learn or the benefit you're trying to get, and not divorcing them.
Exactly. Making it fun, but also realistic, right? I respect that. Jennifer, something that really caught my attention, and I think this is by far one of the coolest things you've done. You
Okay.
worked on Achille Interactive. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you said this is a video game that was approved by the FDA?
Yeah. Yeah, they're really awesome. We help them with a small part of their initiative, but yeah, if you guys don't know them, go look up what Achille Interactive is doing, AKILI. So they had this dream of using video games to treat. The first condition they looked at was ADHD, and they thought using the tools of video games, which are all the same tools entertainment video games play in terms of motivation, reward, scaffolding, systems, using all of these things, but and then using the science of traditional methods of how to treat people with ADHD, and kind of trying to take the therapies that are used outside of video games and kind of the methods, recreating them in a video game. So not only was it like were they like, oh, let's see if we could build a video game to actually based on, the real treatment of ADHD, let's see if we could replicate them in a video game. And then they were like, well, if this works, like this should be like medicine, like this needs to be prescribed. So they were the first company to go after FDA approval. And in the FDA approval, there are several levels, but yeah, like in the last year or two, they were able to gain FDA approval for their game to be, FDA approved and kind of require a prescription. So, there will still be some time till they're fully out and available everywhere. And they're, it's crazy to think what it could look like is that you go to the pharmacy to fulfill a prescription and they give you like a game code or maybe a tablet with the game on it and that you have to bring back. Yeah, it's
amazing. No, that's mind blowing, and it really shows you the power of video games, right? Games are much more than, a platformer or a shooter or a competition. Games can definitely impact the world in a positive way, and you're doing it. So
well, what I have to say is you're learning in every video game that you're playing. You're getting, people who play Call of Duty, they learn how to be a really good soldier. Like if you're like, I don't know, playing a game that involves like a flying spacecraft that's pretty realistic, you're probably learning that. I think the difference is a lot of games that people play for entertainment, they have vast amount of information in their head about this game, but that there's nothing to apply to the real world. That's the only difference, because you're learning in video games. And I'm telling you, the reason, you get super excited about a game and there's a point where you're like, I'm done. And then you probably never touch it.
Yep.
That's probably when you instinctually know there's nothing left for you to learn in that game.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Definitely
no more challenge.
Yeah, 100%. Jennifer,
and you're no longer motivated by that challenge.
Exactly. So we're nearing the end of our interview. I was going to ask you if people want to contact you or work with you or see your projects, collaborate. Where can people find you?
Oh, yeah. You should definitely come to www.filamentgames.com. And right up there's a contact us form. And I get it in my inbox, so I'll be sure to respond.
All righty, Jennifer. Thank you so much. That was an amazing interview. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
I got you. All right, Greg, how did you like the interview? Oh, Greg, now you're the one muted. Oh, can we unmute Greg real quick? Oh, Greg, can you unmute yourself? All right. No worries, no worries. Greg, let's wait for Greg to figure it out. It's all good. Let us read some of the comments for Jennifer.
All right, sorry about that. You lose Video Ninja here, and all of a sudden you don't know what you're doing here. But sorry, I love ed tech games. As a father to a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old, one who has ADHD, and then learned about this, I was just like, this is what we need more of, whether it be part of another game, part of another ecosystem. I think kids love gaming. You can educate them. I remember I threw it in the Twitch chat growing up with games that I didn't realize at the time were educational, right? It's about balancing weights and putting different things and solving puzzles by putting different clues together. And like, it is phenomenal. I think we need more games, because I think even adults would play ed tech games if there were more out there and more enjoyable. I just think it's a great way to take the gaming medium and expand it to a wider audience by providing them educational resources from within that game.
Dude, 100%. Actually, something that I use every day is Duolingo. I'm learning Mandarin right now, and the way it gamifies the like language learning experience, it's amazing. EdTech is definitely the future.
Did I see Space Moloch is talking about Mega Math Blaster? I feel like I played Math Blaster. Is there a Mega Math Blaster? Was there maybe a first one that I played because I'm older than everyone for the most part here?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
And it looks
Awesome.
like we pulled the reviews up here. Again, our game reviews important. 4 people saying yes. I think that was a great interview. I think Jennifer is fantastic. She's very passionate about the industry. You can tell, and just her knowledge of it is just fantastic. And I think they're doing great things.
Yes, Jennifer, thank you so much for that amazing interview. Guys, like we did with Monday, can we please have a W or multiple W's for Jennifer? We want to see those W's in the chat, guys. We want to see those W's. Hey, let's go. Let's go. All right, awesome. Okay, so while we wait for some W's, let's read some comments. From Raptor, I love EdTech. I think it's a great way to get kids to have fun and learn. 100%. Carbon fiber. I would love to do some robotic like that back in college. 100%. I learned a lot of story and Japanese myths in Ghost of Tsushima. Actually, I think I read an article of a history teacher using Assassin's Creed to teach history. So W that.
I think we're at our spin the wheel. Are we ready for that?
Yes, yes. All right, guys. So we're gonna pick a winner. Hopefully not Straw Hat Angel, because that's me. So please don't pick me again. Let's pick
I have
a winner.
our winner here.
Who is the winner?
Tonight's winner is Space Mollusk.
Hey,
So we just
Molly,
need
let's
you
go.
to type in that chat, spin that wheel, and hopefully this week we can read what the prize is, and we can let you know what your prize is.
All right, Molly, go ahead. And let's wait. All right, guys. Spin that wheel. Let's go.
All right.
Is it? Oh. Your alchemy is futile.
Is futile.
Does that mean you get nothing?
I don't know what. One more spin.
Okay, let's do one more spin.
Run it back.
All right, spin that wheel. Let's go.
Is that a 7 of 9 reference?
No idea.
Patrick, our producer, let us know.
Yeah, Patrick, enlightening us, dude. Ooh, $1.
1 alchemy dollar.
All right, awesome. So, Space Mollusk, you get an alchemy dollar. You can use that to buy some drip, some alchemy drip, a cup, or something like that. That's perfect.
Awesome. So, before we wrap up tonight's episode, let's talk about some of the other things we can have going on during the week. I think on Friday, or be on the lookout, we do a lab live during the lunch hours of East Coast time. You can catch Lab Live, where we usually do some live tools, being able to see how these tools are used in production, right? Last week, Patrick and I talked through Dash, which is an Unreal tool. So if there's tools that you want to learn how to use and we can help introduce you to people and broaden your audience, we have stuff like that. We are going to get Rick's segment of streaming with indies, where you'll be able to see Monday again. You'll be able to see other friends we have like Zach and the games that they're building out as well. And other tools. And plus you've got the Flama podcast from Angel. You have Player Driven from myself, where we all just want to share news and help that industry grow. And I loved today's episode. I think both guests were fantastic. It's always great to hear from Monday. It's always great to hear from Jennifer. How do you feel, Angel?
Dude, I think this has been the best show we've ever had. Interaction was amazing. I love seeing people like chatting, giving us W's, having fun, asking questions. This is what it's all about. Like when you do a podcast, it's pre-recorded. I mean, people like it, it's fun. But when it's live, dude, and you can see people's reactions and feed off of them, that's like the best thing in my humble opinion. And guys, next week, of course, we're going to have another episode. And one of our guests is going to be Kareem Abu Shusha from Ubisoft Montreal. Ooh, Ubisoft.
You can't say anything bad about AC Shadows or whatever next week, can you?
Greg, this is America, man. So freedom of speech.
I love it. And you have we have a video that will take us out today. But before we do go and we say goodbye, anything you want to say to our friends or fans and our listeners?
Yeah, I just want to say, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. We're very happy to have you here. We would love to see you next week. Thank you for your continued support. And let's see that video, Greg. And thank you, Greg. Thank you, Cassandra. Thank you, Monday. Thank you, Jennifer. And thank you, Patrick.
I am your fellow alchemist, Agustin Chavarria, and here I am in Taipei Game Show reporting for The Lab, inside the game industry. Let's check it out. And here we are at the Indie House, where a lot of developers from Southeast Asia, United States, China, Japan, Uruguay, and a lot from Europe are showing off their games and a lot of demos. Check it out.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to The Lab. Before we even get started today, I want to do a huge shout out to our sponsor, Midwest Games. If you're a dev looking for a publisher that actually works for you, check out their new Shadow Publishing. It's a support model that gives you full publishing power under a simple work-for-hire agreement. Full publishing gives you publishing muscle, zero long-term commitments, and we'll drop a link in chat so you can see what that is. We have a stacked show tonight, but before we even get into that, Angel, my partner in crime, how are you? The host of Flama, what's new, man?
Dude, I am doing fantastic, Greg. Last week, I had a ton of fun, and this week I'm excited, dude. How are you?
I'm great. You know, Angel and I, we talk too often these days, but we are both planning a big GDC event. Too often. Every time I talk, it's too often. But we are planning a GDC thing. We're trying to get a group of people the Monday or Tuesday night at GDC. We're going to go find a bar. We're going to get everyone together. We're going to have a little Midwest meets West Coast meets East Coast meets you, our community that's watching. So if you are planning on going to GDC and figuring out what am I going to do? How am I going to figure out how to make friends around here? Yo, come hang out with The Lab. We will be there. We want to hang out with you. And I'm excited about that, Angel. This is your first GDC, I think. Are you feeling it?
Dude, that's an understatement. I am super feeling it. It's my first GDC. I used to work in the fintech industry as an engineer. I've slowly transitioned to the gaming industry, and now it's a dream come true. So, dude, I am down like the economy, bro. I am excited. You have been there before,
that's
right?
That's a way to put it, though.
You've been there before, right?
I have been to GDC a number of years in a row. I love GDC, but this is my first time going solo, and I'm even more excited this year because I can already planned a meeting with a whole group of people I've met over the years. And this whole industry, if you guys don't know it already, it's a very warm and welcoming industry. And when you have that awkward silence of, well, how am I going to talk with this person? You just say what your favorite game is, and they're either going to shit on you or they're going to say, hey, that's awesome. I love that game too.
Dude, Greg, what you're saying is 100% true. I agree with you because for me personally, it was really intimidating. I'm like, oh, getting in the industry, it's going to be difficult. People are going to be harsh with me. No, dude, everyone has been super welcoming, super supportive. And if you guys want to join us at GDC, hang out with us, let us know, dude. We are open.
And we will be posting things on LinkedIn over the next couple of weeks, just letting you know where we'll be, what we'll be doing, because we do want to hang out with you guys. We want to meet you. We want to be able to grab a drink, whether it be a boba, whether it be a beer, whether it be whatever, a coffee, and we just want to get to know you guys. So again, if you're going to be at GDC, let us know, because we really do want to meet all of you. So, Angel, a lot of stuff has been going on, a lot of new things going on in the lab. I think it's time we kind of talk through some of these things that are new, and we can check them out. As my screen's going crazy, I don't know if it's just my screen, but here we go. First of all, we have stickers now. I don't know how these stickers work because they haven't told us yet, but they are going to work. So if someone wants to throw a sticker out there who's on Twitch right now, try doing the sticker thing. I don't know what it is, but I'm anxious to see it and hope it scares me and gets me worried about it. There's other things as well, right? We have new games. There's going to be a whole bunch of new activities and interactive things that we have going on in games that are on Twitch specifically. Someone from the lab is going to post it into the chat. So if you check out your chat, you can do things like duel and vote and tic-tac-toe. Just remember, anytime you want to interact with the game, do an exclamation point first. So exclamation point vote or exclamation point duel. And then you can start interacting with those games with the lab bits that you can get for watching these. And we also, there we go. There's a sticker on me now. Perfect. Thank you, person. And now we have a goal. We are setting goals at the lab to make sure that we are providing you the right things, the right content, the right material to keep you happy. So tonight is a very modest goal. It shouldn't be too hard. We want to get 50 subscribers to the lab. We've had a number of people come in watching the show. They're hanging out. We just want to get 50 subscribers. So if you're in Twitch, if you're lost in YouTube, maybe head over to Twitch, but go to Twitch, click the subscribe button. And whenever we go live, and we have more shows than just the lab, we put on interactive tutorials, lessons, and just random conversations throughout the week. Be sure to subscribe so you can keep up with our killer content, exclusive perks, and surprises that are going to be coming your way. That was a lot, Angel. Any questions?
No, that was perfect, Greg. Thank you for explaining all that. I would love to read the chat to see what people are saying.
Let's do it.
Let's do it, man. So we have Carbon Fiber looking forward to GDC. Let's go. From Kiel Quaid, great opening in VO. Let's go, let's go. Hello, good evening. Angel and Greg, good evening, good evening. Oh, Carbon Fiber is going to go to GDC. Let's meet up. Yeah, let's do it. Dude, people are excited. I'm loving the energy. Can we please get a W to start the show on a high note? Can we please get a W?
Get that W. I'll drop one here. Boop.
Yes, sir. Let me start it too. I drop one as well. All right. We'll wait.
As we're waiting for W's, let's talk a little bit gaming news of things that have been going on throughout the week. Every day this week, I feel like there's just been a whirlwind, and we had Monday off here in the States for some of us. I don't know, but it started off with some not so great news, which is with NetEase, which if you're in the gaming world, you may have heard by now, but NetEase laid off their Seattle R&D team. And that's a bummer. I know I've spoken to a couple of them. I know Angel follows a couple of the team members there, and they did a great amount of work for the Marvel Rivals game. I mean, one of them was the game director, one of them was the level designer. And I mean, if you're getting laid off when the game's doing as phenomenal as it is, what is safe in the gaming industry these days? And it's a question. We don't want to harp too long because this is a positive show, positive energy, but that was a bummer, right?
Yeah, 100%. It's weird because, as you mentioned before, it's kind of like you're damn if you do, you're damn if you don't. If you create a game that's not successful, you get laid off. But if you make a game that makes billions of dollars, you also get laid off. So it's kind of like, what's the path to take? It's sad. It sucks because, we know a lot of people in that company that are great creatives, but man, it sucks. And it's such a good game, right? It's so fun.
Man, it is. And, they got 2 new characters coming out this weekend too. So I feel like they're like strategically planning this. They're like, we're going to drop the rest of the Fantastic Four here, and no one will even notice. But we noticed. I did a podcast the other day, and one of the guys says, you know what? Gamers aren't stupid. Some of these publishers, I think that hey, they can sneak something by a gamer, but I mean, we're dorks that read stuff all day and follow the news. Like we know what's happening.
Yeah, 100%. We know exactly what's happening. And I just want to say that I hope everyone that got laid off, they get a new job. I hope they feel good. I hope they can find something else because they did a tremendous job in playing Marvel Rivals. Making Marvel Rivals. Me personally, I play the game every Sunday with my friends. So I really hope so from the bottom of my heart that they get to a good place.
Yeah, for sure, and we'll give them a W as well, right? But I mean, at the end of the day, they can put Marvel Rivals on their resume now, right? And everyone's gonna know what that game is. So it's a win for that. In
100%.
mobile gaming news, I'm not sure if you follow the mobile gaming as much, but Niantic is looking to get bought by Scopely in a crazy $3.5 billion deal. Scopely is now owned by a company called Savvy, which Cassandra actually briefly spoke about Savvy last week. They're a big Middle Eastern gaming company that's being funded by Saudi Arabia to build up this gaming vertical in Saudi Arabia, and $3.5 billion for Pikachu. Is that worth it to you?
Dude, I would say, yeah, 100%. The revenue that those games make, yeah, I think it's worth it. Do you think so?
Look at that. We don't even know who throws the Screaming Goat sticker, but there it is. I don't even know if it's even showing up on Twitch. Yeah, it must be, yeah. I think it's a very interesting acquisition. Niantic has made a lot of games, but none of them have really taken off. I mean, they have Monster Hunter out there now, which I think made $75 million last year compared to Pokemon's 500. They have the Transformers license. They have the NBA license, and they try and do everything around that same geolocation thing that Pokemon was a hit, which was great. I think it's getting people to go outside things fantastic, but I think this is probably great for both companies because Niantic has always been kind of stuck behind Pokemon for better or worse. So maybe this will be their opportunity to either spread their wings or do something else. And Scopely, I mean, Scopely made Monopoly Go, which made more money than I could count, right? So they got the funds to do this stuff, and it'll be interesting to see how that, as that market still consolidates a little bit, what happens next with each one of those brands.
Yeah, Greg, in 2016, did you play Pokemon Go? Were you a part of the whole craze?
I was not, but my sister-in-law was, and a lot of my friends were, and they were walking through like we go to Virginia Beach once a year. They were walking through graveyards in Virginia Beach. I'm like,
dude, graveyards?
Yeah, man, that's where the battles were, the arenas, whatever they were.
Dude, that is crazy. Yeah, I remember in 2016, it was insane, dude. I moved to Japan at that time, and just the streets, the parks were just filled with people looking at their phones, swiping their screens. It was massive. Maybe they can do something like that again. We don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they keep trying. It's just it hasn't hit like Pokemon has hit, right? And that's the thing, is when you have Pikachu or Charmander, and I just love Pokemon because my son's into them now, right? But like, it's gonna sell. So I mean, what else can you build there?
Yeah, actually, we have something in the chat as well. Yeah, in Taiwan, it was insane too. Yeah, dude, all of Asia everyone was playing Pokemon Go. I remember that. Guys, in 2016, when you are part of that, were you actually playing Pokemon Go and all those things? Let us know in the comments below. We want to know. Were you a part of the craze?
Were you on? How did you say you were?
Nah, dude, I was not.
You cool for that?
No, it's just, I don't know, dude. Like, for me, I love video games, but I'm not like a mobile gamer. It's just
You're not a walker. You had to go outside. You're like, screw this, I'm out.
No, don't get me wrong, bro. I love walking. I love being outside, but kind of like playing the game on the go is not really my thing. I like huge screen. I like my PC playing games. Not really a phone gamer, but I understand why some people love it.
We got 3 more minutes, then we got to go to our first section. So the last one I will talk about are that one that excited me is that there's rumors that Tony Hawk remake of 3 and 4 is going to be shadow dropped this summer by Xbox. First off, you're a little younger than me, and by a little I mean a good amount younger than me. Tony Hawk 1 through 4, when they came out, were just such a phenomenal time of gaming. I think we actually talked about this on one of our earlier episodes. Like, I remember coming home from school, going to my buddy's house. He had a GameCube, and we would just play Tony Hawk on the GameCube for hours on end, hours and hours, and it was an amazing experience. Then Tony Hawk 1 and 2 got remastered like 4 years ago or something, and it nailed it. This, like, when a game nails it, and a game nails it. The soundtrack was bomb. The game just felt right. And now 3 and 4, they're a little lesser known than 1 and 2, right? But still, like, if it comes out, I feel like skateboarding kind of goes up and down in its popularity. But
sure.
Hey, are you a Tony Hawk player on Hell, or am I just overly excited for this?
No, totally. I mean, I've played a couple of Tony Hawk games, like Tony Hawk Underground, Underground 2, American Wasteland. They were really fun. But I also think they're a product of their time, sort of like late 90s, early 2000s. Have we had a good modern Tony Hawk game?
Nah, Tony Hawk kind of fell off the cliff, but no, but you know what? Linkin Park is coming back. I think baggy jeans are coming back, and I think it might be time to start skating again.
Yeah, 100%. And I know EA is remaking Skate, right? They're making a new Skate game.
They've been making that game for like 8 years.
Been a while, yeah, dude. They're taking their sweet ass time.
And the thing is, Skate, no disrespect to Skate, it was much more simulation. Like it was almost real feeling. Whereas Tony Hawk, you could do like crazy flips and like
It's very
you can
arcade.
still, still find a way to land, and you're like, yeah.
Exactly. Greg, on the chat, we have a comment from Quail Quaid. It says, I stopped playing when I saw that video of the guy that got slapped and his phone stolen while he's streaming while playing Pokemon Go. Oh, that happened? What the heck?
Oh, these guys are taking the battles way too seriously.
That's a real duel right there, dude.
There you go. All right. Well, we have our first guest, Chris, who's coming in tonight. Really excited to hear about his game, what he's doing, and on Hell, I'm going to let you ride with it.
Yeah, guys. So our next section, as Greg mentioned, I'm going to interview Chris Cantero from Chazak Games. We have a really special game. It's sort of like a baby, like if Fruit Ninja and Ghost Runner had a baby. Super, super interesting. Let's see the trailer.
Has a face, and it waits to challenge you. Engage with the fury of 1,000 storms.
All right, Chris, welcome to the show. How are you, my friend?
Good. Thank you so much for having me on. This is really cool.
My pleasure. That trailer just, dude, it's just so much. There's ninjas, there's fruit, there's metal, there's a lot of things going on. What is High Fructose? What is it?
Yeah, so that trailer is actually like 6 months old now, so I'm excited to show new stuff soon. So High Fructose is like Ghost Runner, Brotato, and Fruit Ninja all combined. So Ghost Runner is one of my favorite games of all time, and Fruit Ninja is a super popular old iPad game. So, and yeah, if you ever heard of Brotato, it's like a popular indie game right now. Yep.
Yes. Yes, I've heard of all of those games. I was wondering regarding indie games, right? I think usually every year we see a lot of cool indie games, but it's rare when I see a game that truly just catches my attention like that.
Oh,
That
thanks,
I-
man.
yeah, like me as a marketer, when I see your game, I'm like, this game can go viral. Tell me about the vibe of High Fructose. How did you come up with it? Tell me the whole vibe.
Oh, sure. So I guess I came up with the concept. I was working at id Software and Doom Eternal. I worked there for about 4 years, and we were working on Glory Kills at the time. And so I had a meeting with my creative director, Hugo Martin, and he was kind of explaining his vision for Glory Kills and that sort of thing. And one of his references was Fruit Ninja, the mobile game. Funny enough, so like he really wanted to get the feeling in Glory Kills of like really quick, really snappy, and a really satisfying kind of feeling, sort of thing. So ever since then, I've kind of like had in the back of my mind like, it'd be really cool to do a first-person Fruit Ninja game. So that's kind of where I got the idea from. And I think genre mashing is always a good idea if you want to make an indie game.
Yep.
So like some of the most popular games of all time, like mash, two different genres together. Like for example, Hollow Knight, it's like Dark Souls and Metroidvania smashed together. So
Right.
I think it's just a great idea to take different genres and mash them together.
Exactly. Tell me how you're, by the way, Doom Eternal, one of my favorite games. Thank you for that, Chris. How did Doom Eternal influence your work in High Fructose?
Well, it's a first-person game, so there's a lot of technical knowledge I learned working at id Software, like the behind the scenes, how everything's set up, how rigs are created, how to make things feel good behind the camera. So yeah, I think just working on Doom Eternal as a first-person game really influences High Fructose quite a bit.
Gotcha. Something that I see also as well is kind of like when you play Doom, both 2016 and Doom Eternal, there's this sense of like momentum. Like you're constantly on the move, killing things, executing things, getting power ups. It's kind of like a shark. Like if you stop moving, you kind of die. Is it the same way in High Fructose?
Yeah, so I had several iterations, and the first iteration was the AI wasn't nearly as aggressive, and it got kind of boring. And I wanted the auto shooter kind of feel where there's constantly enemies coming at you, and in the gameplay loop, every wave you can buy new guns. And so at one point you can have 12 guns and your sword, so you just need lots of an army to slaughter. So it's just like there's stuff constantly coming at you. So.
I love it. Yeah, I can definitely see the resemblance, and I love it. When it comes to High Fructose's art direction, it's sort of like it seems as though it's a little bit like for children, like it's kind of like cartoony, but it's also very cool. And the whole metal music. How did you find that like mashup between like cute animals, cutting things, and being aggressive? Like, tell me about the art direction.
Yeah, so I was looking at other popular games to kind of like piggyback off. And there's this one game, I'm blanking what it's called right now, but it's a popular roguelike on Steam right now. And they have lots of like animal characters. And so I knew there was like a demand for that sort of game. And one of my favorite games of all time is Borderlands. So it's like a very simple, cell shaded comic book outline sort of thing.
Mhm.
So yeah, so that's what I'm going for my shaders. Like it's all very comic booky. There's an outline on everything, and
Right.
I think that kind of style is very timeless as well, because like it ages really well. Like no matter how good graphics look, stylized art will always be amazing. And then I also didn't want to go like super realistic because I'm mostly just a one person shop. It's just
Right.
a lot more work to make stuff look good when it's really realistic.
Yeah, I agree with you. Actually, games like if you remember The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker with the cel shaded graphics, it never ages, dude. That's 100% awesome. Chris, I wanted to ask you, since you work in id Software, then you worked in Unity, I believe. How was your transition from AAA to indie?
Well, it's funny. So I left id Software because I wanted to make an indie game. I can't make an indie game work at id Software, just conflict of interest and all that. So I found an amazing job at working at Unity. So I got paid to learn how to do, work in the engine Unity. And
Right.
my game plan was just to make the game on the side when I'm working at Unity. And but a year ago, Unity went through massive layoffs. Like 25% of the company got let go. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm just going to take my severance and jump right in. So that's just how it worked out. So it didn't go according to plan, but I think it's working out.
Yeah, 100%. Tell me, how has been the reception of your game? I know the demo is out there on Steam. I have played it and had an awesome time. Just letting you know. Thank you, Chris. How has been the reception?
Well, I went to this conference called MDev a few months ago. For anyone who doesn't know, MDev is a Midwest gaming conference. And so I set up a booth there. There's over 50 developers there. And I got a lot of positive feedback. And they also had a pitch competition at MDev. It's Xsolla pitch competition. And for anyone who doesn't know, Xsolla is like a monetization platform, but they also have like a funding division as well. So yeah, they hosted this pitch competition, and they had 5 developers there, and I went and pitched. It was a pretty cool experience. So I walked up to the podium and looked around, and it was a room full of people and people standing in the back. So it's pretty anxiety provoking. But yeah, I pitched the game, and at the end of the day, I got an award, and so that felt pretty good, and I felt validated. Like it's not like a terrible idea.
Dude, congratulations. I love that. How has been your life after you you got the award? Did it help you somehow to get investors or something? How did it affect your life in a way?
So, in entrepreneurship, there's something called bootstrapping. Basically, there's no investment, and you just do everything yourself. And my goal is to start my company with no investment, so I own 100% of my company. So I'm hoping not to take any investment. I think I'm really good. But yeah, it was just like a validation sort of thing, which was nice. And I got a nice little plaque too, so that's cool.
Dude, heck yeah. Let's go, guys. Can I please get a W for Chris on the chat? Thank you, Chris.
My wife made these little inigami things, if you've heard of those.
I love it. Dude, Chris, I love the art style, dude. I love the whole vibe you're going for. Do you have any merch? Any stuffed animals, any shirts, anything?
Well, I did a Kickstarter and we did these mockette things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, yeah, the sword comes out. It glows in the dark. It's pretty cool. Yeah, but no active merch right now, no. I didn't get on that.
No worries. We definitely need some merch, man. We need some stuffed animals, some action figures. I can see these franchise becoming big. I'm telling you.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah, 100%. Awesome, Chris. So you said you work with your family. I think you said your kids helped you with the game.
Yeah, so I got a 10-year-old. She plays the game. She's a nice QA tester, a nice slave labor.
Yeah. All right. How about people on Steam? Have you been getting any cool reviews on your demo?
I actually don't have a demo page where you can review it. That's a new thing. I'm actually going to switch over to the review page pretty soon. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Gotcha. You said bootstrapping. You said you own the whole company. How has been bootstrapping for you? That sounds very rough, especially for video games, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty hard. So it's part of the plan. So I moved from Texas to Wisconsin to live cheaper lifestyle, and yeah, that's helped a lot. And I've been saving as well, so I've been preparing for it.
All right, I love it. Well, it seems as though you're doing a good job. Regarding Kickstarter, I have a lot of friends who have done Kickstarter projects with video games and card games and other things. How has been your experience with Kickstarter?
Well, everyone told me it was a lot of work, and they weren't kidding. But I think it was a really awesome experience. I set my goal. I got some feedback or some advice to kind of set your goal low, and then you can always go above it. I think that actually kind of hurt me because I set my goal to 10K, and it kind of stalled out at 10K. Everyone's like, "Oh, you got your goal, you don't need to back anymore." So if I was going to recommend to anyone they're going to do a Kickstarter, set the goal you actually want to make, because it kind of stifles the momentum, I think.
Gotcha. Yeah, 100%. We actually, if you check the chat, Chris, there's a lot of people cheering you on. We have, Carbon Fiber says, "Oh my God, this is insane. Wow, this is so fun. Nice music. I love it." Welcome, Chris. A bunch of W's. Kyle Quaid says, "Congratulations on your journey and the award at MDev, Chris. Love it."
Thanks, guys.
Dude, heck yeah, Chris. People are loving it. Tell me, what would be your biggest advice for someone who wants to do what you're doing, a bootstrap, make their own game, own the whole thing, do a Kickstarter? What would be your biggest advice?
I think the biggest advice for me is probably just plan years in ahead. Or if you're young, dive in right away, because I got 4 kids and I got a mortgage, and if you don't have all that responsibility, it's just way easier to start your own business. But yeah, if you're I'm 40 now, so if you're later in life, just you got to prepare for it, save up. Yeah, and I would also say don't go quit your job and do it.
Right.
Have a job, do it in the evening, and the only reason I did it is because I got laid off. So
exactly. Well, you got laid off, but you're making this amazing product. That's a W for me. Chris, do we have a release date for High Fructose?
Not yet. I was going to release during Steam Next Fest that's coming up pretty soon, but I'm pushing it back to the summer. So I don't know. I mean, hopefully sometime this year.
All right, I love it. Hopefully, because I really want to play it. Chris, before we let you go, we have a couple of minutes left. Where can people find you? If they want to contact you, play your game, where can they find you?
So you can search High Fructose on Steam. You can find me there. I'm on X, Contero.Chris. Let's see, where else? I guess that's the. Oh, I'm Blue Sky. Well, I made an account recently. I think it's the same name for Blue Sky. Yeah, I think that's where you can find me.
All right, awesome. And are you open to collaborate? Like, open to work with other people?
Yeah, so I'm working with a guy in Canada right now and a girl from Germany, and then a guy from Pakistan's helping me out a little bit. So I kind of got everything settled right now, but yeah, I don't know, maybe in the future.
Yeah, 100%. Guys, if you want to contact Chris, collaborate with him, maybe ask him some questions, there you go. LinkedIn, Blue Sky, there you go. Chris, thank you so much for coming. It was a pleasure talking to you. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
All right, let's go back. All right, Greg, I'm back.
Awesome stuff, man. Great interview. I love Chris's energy. I love his learnings from Doom Eternal and how he brought those from what he heard his other colleagues say there and on the glory kills and how he wanted to expand on that. I love the whole taking that buyout at Unity or the layoff at Unity, right? Saying, hey, this is a good time to grab my severance and leave, because you know what, the industry is kind of like that. And if you see your opportunity, sometimes you want to shoot your shot. So I love the questions you had, and I thought it was a great interview.
Thank you, man. 100%. And something that I really love and respect about Chris is, yeah, he got laid off. It's an unfortunate situation, but he turned it around. He's like, okay, let me learn in Unity, do all these things, and then let me do my own thing. I think for me, that's a total W. Like, that's what a successful person looks like. Someone who takes unfortunate situations and turns them into opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole saying, if life gives you lemons, right, you can either make lemonade or you can sit and cry, right? So he took it and he ran with it, and now he won best game or best pitch at MDev, and hopefully High Fructose comes out soon, so we could all be playing it.
Definitely. Have you played the demo, Greg?
I have not, unfortunately, but I'm going to now after I see it. I'm going to make my son play it with me and get him into it.
Yes, sir. Let's get it. Guys, thank you so much for all those cool comments. I appreciate it.
So next we're going to pop in with Cassandra, right, and see what's going on in the world of news.
Let's do it.
Alright guys, welcome back to this week's What's Going On in the World. It's me, Cassandra, bringing the latest updates and then events all around the world. So before I start, I really want to mention that how I enjoy the conversation, watching the conversation with like Until and Chris, because I personally met Chris at the same MDev pitch competition room, right? Like Mark and I, we took Take That Main Stage also to that pitch competition, and I totally understand how like nerve-wracking it is to just present your pitch in a room of people. And yeah, and then Chris got the first place, Take That Main Stage got the second place. So I also totally understand how rewarding and validated that is, and give you a lot of confidence. Just love the whole conversation about like from the point of view of an indie game developer. And I also like reminds me a lot of good experiences in MDev, like how fun that is, and then how much I want to attend it again. I'm very jealous that Until and Greg is going to GDC this year. I'm not going this year, but definitely I'm gonna watch out for like 2026. Awesome. So let's see what's going on around the world. So first event I got is in Qatar. It's actually a web summit. It's called Web Summit 2025. It's 4-day online a conference, and then it kick off this Sunday, February 23rd to next Wednesday. So you definitely need to get a pass to join this summit, but it's completely online. What's cool about this event is, although like this event is actually a broader event, so it means it's not only targeted for video game. It's actually any startup that's like tech startup. So why I highlight this event is because you know how like recent years the gaming industry changes, and traditionally indie developer or game studio are always looking for a publisher, but as a publisher, the role is going to change a little bit as well. So people really need to be creative about seeking funding, right? And then so we, like as a game developer, you also need to like open up to Kickstarter, publisher, also investor like this. So this event actually have a lot of like famous, great, from big to small like investors, such as like ARK Invest, Sequoia, and Hongshan. All of them are present, and then so it will be one side with all this investor, another side with all the startup. So it's a great way to connect, and then even though you know the chance of always getting funding is hard, but put yourself out there, connect with people, get feedback. That's always helpful for you to get one step closer to get that funding. So there's also a startup program by this conference as well. Although this year the submission is closed, but I suggest to check it out maybe for next year. We're always seeking for those opportunity. All right, so the second event we have is in Poland. It's called DevGam 2025. It's an international game conference. It was originally started in Ukraine, and then it's mainly focused on the East Europe, right? And then this year it's hosted in Poland. And for those who don't know, that Poland is actually a big dev hub right now. Like each year there is a 500 plus games come out from Poland. So this year Poland is the host. So it's gonna kick off next Thursday. It's a 2-day event. You also need a pass to attend this event. But what's great about this event is I did look into their website. They are offering a $100 entrance pass for indie developer, which is like really nice. Really nice of them to, you know, indie game developer always are you know, tight on funding. So really nice of them that offers this option for like affordable option for the indie game developer. And also want to mention is, you know, you're not in East Europe. How do you participate in this event, right? There is a $150 online network pass, which means you get this pass and you can send unlimited meeting requests to all the attendees. So if you're seeking for like networking, you want to meet more people, definitely you can participate through this way as well. All right, so last but not least, we have Steam Nest Fest. Just like Chris just mentioned, you know, like it's gonna, so this like the most recent one is gonna be starting next Monday to Sunday. So week-long event. So this showcase the upcoming games through free demos, developer live streams, and community interactions. So from the gamer side, really just like you do your shoppings, you go out there and, you know, you browse, you find what's coming, you put them into your wish list, you know, like so. Yeah, it's definitely like a cool place, a cool event to explore. And for developers, you know that there are 3 times that a year that Steam gonna host this Nest Fest, right? But however, you can only do it once for your game. So definitely like be very strategic about, you know, attending this Nest Fest. Is like I definitely want to play test all the time, but this is a great opportunity. Like your game might be featured on the fest, so definitely want to use this opportunity really to get valuable feedback. So definitely like I'm thinking also to taking the Take That Meme stage at some point, definitely going to Nest Fest as well, but definitely I need to think about it, right? Like at some point, like what would be the best time to showcase my game on the Nest Fest. All right, so that's it for this week. Well, back to Anhil and Greg.
Dude, Greg, you know what I was thinking?
What's that?
Dude, we should get sponsored, dude, to go to all these events. Go to Doha, go to Poland. Dude, producer, please make it happen, dude. Make it happen. We want to travel.
Yeah, you gotta talk to the producer about that one. It's a lot of travel.
Hey, man, I'm down. I'm down to
You're
go anywhere.
down. You lived in Japan. You lived all over the place. You're down to go wherever, whenever. Which one of the events outside of GDC would you most want to go to?
Dude, honestly, I heard Gamescom is like really good.
Gamescom is fun. That is a huge venue, though. It's like a massive. You get lost, and then a lot of cosplayers. If that's your jam. Have you ever cosplayed?
I mean, for Halloween, I dressed up as
Doesn't
like.
count. You can't count Halloween.
I mean, no. I mean, if you don't count Halloween, no, I've never cosplayed. Not really my thing. But maybe in GDC, we'll see
All right.
something.
There you go. What would you choose?
Hey, man, right
Straw
here, man.
hat guy.
Right
Someone that
here.
wears a straw hat. That's who he's
Right
going to
there.
be.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. Have you cosplayed, Chris? Are you into that?
No, not at all.
No.
No, I'm a wuss. I don't like to get dressed up, but I
Dude.
really more adventurous these days. Maybe one day, but no.
Dude, I'm gonna see you at GDC. Wear like an ultramarine armor and just walk around. Promoting.
Perfect. That sounds very comfortable. That's what I want to be. At least I'll feel safe in San Francisco. That's what I like to tell myself.
Hey, let's go. Let's make it happen.
So now we're going to start talking to our second guest, Kareem. He is from Ubisoft Montreal, and I am excited to talk to him. So let's do it. All right, Kareem, welcome to the show.
I hear my voice twice.
Well, that means you're not muted somewhere. Can you hear me all right? Ooh, now we got an echo. He's a lighting artist, not a sound effect guy. So I think he could hear me. I'll set the audience up before he figures out what's up with his camera. But he has been with Ubisoft Montreal for almost 4 years now. Can you hear me all right? Hello. That's why we don't do things live, but everything is live. But he's been a lighting artist, and I find that fascinating because, when you start building a game, right, you don't realize there's all the little nuances that need to come up with the game, right? You think, you know what, I'll throw together some visuals, I'll get some sound in there. Maybe you're a gameplay expert, so I'm going to make some great gameplay. But then you build this boring looking environment that you can't really see anything, and you realize, shit, I need these little sound effects to really make things pop, or this lighting to make things illuminate and see. And I think it's just this fascinating world to figure out. All right.
You heard me?
All right.
I'm hearing my voice twice.
Let's close your ears.
So what's wrong?
We're working on some echo issues. Yeah. So Kareem, can you hear me all right? Now we hear nothing.
Now you can hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me all right?
Okay, that's perfect.
Can you hear me all right?
Well, I'm very sorry. I don't know what's wrong, but thanks so
All
much
right.
for having me on.
Yeah, no
I'm
worries,
so glad to
man.
be with you today. So, Friday.
Yeah, it's when you do it live, you think you got everything set up, and then the camera goes live, and you're like, oh crap, something is not working. Last week I couldn't unmute myself, and Angel was making fun of me. So these
hear
things
me?
happen on the live broadcast. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. So you're at Ubisoft, and you are a senior lighting artist, and I think that is a fascinating thing. As I'm going to make everyone listen to me say it again, how you don't realize how nuanced game making gets in the different fields that exist. So to start high level, how do you find yourself becoming a senior lighting artist?
Oh, well, to be honest, I was a senior environment artist for more than 14 years. But since I was young, I dreamed to become a lighting artist. But I dreamed to work with Pixar. At this moment, I remember 10 years ago, I spoke with someone. He's very famous. It's called Jeremy Vickery. He worked with Pixar for long years. And I asked him, I love your work and I want to become a lighting artist. He said, yes, he saw my work and he said, yes, you have a great talent and I think you have to push yourself more. And he gave me the best advices in my life. He said, let's try first to work in the game industry. I think you're gonna find your passion there. I'm from Egypt, and it's very difficult to find a job in game industry there. So it was very hard to find a job offer. I applied in many company, but I got rejected because I live in Egypt and I have to be in place. So I took a decision and I said, I'm gonna take the risk. I will sell everything in my country and I will go to Canada, try to study there. And after that, I will try to find a job. Uh, I got two rejected visa, and then the third one I got approval. I moved to Canada in 2019, and then I studied for 2 years. And after the day I graduated, I sent my application to Microsoft. I found there is a lighting artist, and I dreamed to become a lighting artist because it was my favorite part. I work in an environment to just be a way to become a lighting artist. After a month, they sent me a message, and then I got approval. And it was my first project in Skull and Bones, and then I worked in Assassin's Creed Mirage. It was the best project I worked ever in my life. So lighting is the big thing for me. I always say I love the lighting such as anything in my life, even more than my wife. I hope you do watch my streaming now.
I love that you found lighting specifically. Like, what you did environmental artist, right? Like, how did you know you were drawn to lighting? Was it a project you were working on? Was it a tool set that you used? Like, how do you figure out that lighting is your passion?
I am the person who want to take his camera and take some foods around. Always find my soul in the natural. So lighting is the big thing for me. When anyone asks me what is the light meaning, I'm always say lighting is the past to allow us to feel and experience everything around us. Because without it, we are blind, right? And when I start to read about the lighting, I feel with the lighting, I can telling the story. I can make a connection with the person who saw my work. I can give him more emotional. So it's not just about the source light. It's about how you can telling the story with your light. So when I start to work in the environment, I start to put some light, and I saw there is many good feedbacks from other artists. They said, Karim, you have a good experience, I think, in lighting. At this moment, I say, okay, let's try to focus more on lighting and try to push my experience more. From that, I found myself, I fell in love in lighting. So everything now in my life is about the lighting. Every single day, I'm always taking some videos, some photos to have some reference. And I believe about work what you love until you love what you work. Or sorry, love your work until you work what you love. And that's what happened. I fight for 14 years in this industry until I became a lighting artist. And I'm really happy for what I'm doing right now.
I love that. I don't know if you're younger than me, but I don't know if you're familiar with like the clapper. You used to be able to clap and the lights would turn on. I feel like that's something you'd wake up in the morning and just see the light and be happy. But I'm curious, when you're working on a AAA title like any of the Assassin's Creeds, right? Like, when does the role of lighting take place? Is the level built already and they say, hey, go to town? Or like, when does your role start?
It depends on the project, to be honest. So there is some projects we have to start very early because in the games we have three levels: L1, L2, L3. L1 is just we put the default light without anything, just default skylight. If we have 24-hour light circle, we just put in place. We don't care about the light paging or any technical stuff. And the second part for L2, we start to set up the light bulbs and put in place. and to start to put this slide to follow the player navigation. So I can say I am in the second level, but again, it depends on the project. For example, my latest project in Invictus, I started from the first day, so without even have any talking, because we had a discussion about the art blocking, how we can get the reference, what the mood we are looking for. So it's really depends. Some project, if we have a good art director, so I might come later on. Like Mirage, I joined Mirage after a year and a half, I think, and I worked on only for 9 months or 10 months. So it depends on the project, but again, it doesn't matter where you are, but what you're gonna do in this project.
As we're talking, your art station keeps popping up, right? And the stuff that you create, there we go, right? I think it's phenomenal. The detail, it's I can't even put it into words, right? Like it's amazing that that's coming from the visuals of a game, and I love how far AAA gaming has come to really build these visuals that tell a story. And I know we're coming close to time here. I got 2 more quick questions. The first one is, what is your aspiration after you do this, right? What does a lighting designer want to do? What's your next level?
Well, it's a great question. For me, I'm always doing every single day to become better than yesterday. So when I became a lighting artist at Ubisoft, I say, okay, if I stay in my place, I will never